Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to the race watch along for the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. Of course, yesterday I missed out on what was a very exciting qualifying session. One of the most exciting qualifying sessions, by the sounds of it, we've had possibly ever, with how surprising it was. How many, shocks obviously we had along the way. The Alfa Romeos, for example, massive surprise. And we had a very close and competitive fight for pole position. Many cars out of position once again. Qualifying, I have to say, though, this year has been really exciting. It's just been the Sunday races that have not quite delivered in 2023. But of course, it is a miracle, really, that I'm actually doing this stream, because as you guys would have known if you paid attention to my community tab on my homepage yesterday, I did not stream yesterday because I had to have an emergency mini surgery, basically, to remove a tooth that was broken because it was causing me so much pain. I couldn't talk really properly at all. But most importantly, I couldn't consume anything. Couldn't eat at all. Couldn't really drink that well. So I had to have the tooth come out. In hindsight, because I'd had problems with the tooth about a day or two before, in hindsight, I should have, had it worked on as soon as it became an issue. But I thought it would be fine if I just waited till Monday, but it got worse, got looser, the tooth, and then, because of the pain and the inability to consume food, I just had to have it taken out, and that's why, yesterday, there was no way of doing a stream because of not just the pain, but the soreness of what I had done. And also my body was in a bit of shock because it was quite traumatic. And it wasn't the easiest operation for them to do, to actually remove the tooth. What the problem was with the tooth was I had eaten something very hard and accidentally crunched into this particular food. It was actually, I think the particular food, it was I had some chips, and this particular chip was, sometimes you get like a very crispy chip amongst, the chips that are mostly fine. And I crunched into it as hard as possible without thinking, and basically what happened was my tooth cracked in half. It was like a clean break. So instead of them removing the tooth in one go like they would normally, they had to remove it in threes because the back of the tooth was loose, so they had to remove that first, and then because the rest of it was cracked in half, they then had to remove one half, then the other, pull the roots out, which even with how many times they numbed me, which was about 100 times in like 20 minutes, the pain when they took out the biggest root was unbelievable, even with the numbing. There was just absolutely no way I was going to do a stream yesterday. And I actually slept through qualifying because I had to take a painkiller because, and I have had a couple since, because, to get over the pain, the soreness, all of that. So, I'm not sure necessarily I need to apologize for not streaming yesterday because, again, I don't think I really could have streamed yesterday. But, in hindsight, I should have probably had that tooth out the previous day so I could stream yesterday. But that would have meant that I would have missed out on streaming on Friday. So one of the streams wouldn't have happened anyway. It's just a shame that I missed out on what was such an exciting session. Thankfully, I did watch the highlights of qualifying this morning on the F1 YouTube channel, so I do have a decent idea as to why the results of what happened yesterday, why they happened the way they did. But yeah, I haven't been able to watch the full session. I think I went to sleep like an hour or so before qualifying, and I woke up literally as Hamilton, Verstappen, and Norris were posing for the top 3 photo. So, and I knew when I saw that when I woke up that I'd missed something really good, because obviously Hamilton was in the middle of them. But yeah, it is quite remarkable. Finally touching on this, what happened to me. It is quite remarkable that I am streaming today, because when I had the operation done, which was about exactly 24 hours ago, I mean, when I officially had it done, I was like, yeah, no way I'm streaming yesterday. But I was very doubtful I'd even be able to stream today. And the difference of like my ability to speak, the soreness level, all of that, it's so much better already than it was 24 hours ago. And thankfully, I can actually eat food. It's still a bit awkward, but I can actually eat food, which was my main anxiety, because, yeah, I didn't want to be going days without food because of the pain, even after having the tooth removed. So, yeah, that's what happened to me. Thankfully, I'm all okay. I should be able to get through the stream just about fine. I will say, though, guys, do bear with me in today's stream, because if later on in the stream, obviously this is going to be a long stream, we're probably going to be live for another 4 hours. If I do get a bit sore with my mouth for having, been talking so long, please do bear with me if I do start to get a bit more fatigued than normal, or, if I start talking a bit slower than normal, it's probably because I'm just trying to manage whatever soreness I've got. I've still got quite a bit of swelling around the area where the tooth was removed. It's already shrunk by half, the swelling, compared to when I walked out of the place. But yeah, there is still quite a bit there, and it's not going to be fully recovered probably until tomorrow afternoon, I'd imagine. It would be when it's fully recovered. So yeah, I'm thankfully here and still able to cover, a vital session of the weekend. Now, let me just quickly step away from the microphone. I'll be back in just a second. I just wanted to grab my bottle of water, which in a moment I am going to need to take a drink, because I just need to have another painkiller quickly, just to make sure I can get through the stream. So do bear with me again. It's just a precaution. It's not because I'm in pain. It's just a precaution, just to make sure that I'm not, like, in 2 hours' time when the race is on, writhing around in pain. Just to let you guys know that. But I'll just hold off on that for a second, and we'll just quickly get into the results of qualifying yesterday, and get into the what the starting grid is for today's Hungarian Grand Prix. So let me hide the timer. Let's get into it. So, well, what a session it was. And I was, well, quite wrong about many things, because the last stream I did was my qualifying preview on Friday night. And with Mercedes, I didn't think they were poor after Friday, but I really did not expect what they did yesterday. I thought they had no chance of fighting for pole position. I thought at best they could get like a 4th or a 5th, depending on, how the 2 McLarens and the 2 Red Bulls were doing in qualifying. But yeah, just absolutely amazing to see Lewis Hamilton take his 104th pole position of his career by 3 thousandths of a second. And I think with him getting pole position, I think we need to really applaud Lewis Hamilton, because he is the reason they got pole. Mercedes yesterday were not quicker than Red Bull, because obviously, as you saw, Max Verstappen did not improve on his final lap, and did also complain about the balance of his car. And from the sounds of it, Red Bull have actually set their car up for the race more than they have for qualifying. So for Lewis to capitalise on Max not quite getting it right in the final lap of Q3 and Red Bull not being their absolute best, it's just fantastic. And it is so great to see Lewis Hamilton on pole position again. Of course, he was on pole position so many times, from like 2021 back to, obviously the start of his career. But it's been a very long time, 18 months since his last pole position. So, yeah, great to see him back up there. And let's hope we do get a proper fight between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. It's actually the first time Hamilton and Verstappen have been on the front row with each other this season. And they've rarely been, I think, on the same row of the grid with each other since the end of 2021. So it could very well be fireworks into turn one. I know people have said they're probably just going to spear each other out of the race at turn one, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're a lot better than that and a lot smarter. Lando Norris third. He will be maybe a tad disappointed, but I think, to be honest, McLaren should be a bit grounded in their expectations at the minute, because, I mean, they have come so far in just the last month, never mind since the start of the season, for them to be within a 10th of pole position and be third and fourth on the grid is incredible. It really, really is. So, yeah, McLaren looking great. I did think McLaren were going to be good after Friday practice, and they were actually a bit closer to pole position than I anticipated. But, yeah, it was just Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes that really spoiled what could have been definitely a better day for McLaren. And then in P5, Zhou Guanyu for Alfa Romeo. I said in my qualifying preview on Friday night after Friday practice, I said, even though Alfa Romeo showed unbelievable pace, I remember saying many times it was too good to be true. There's no way Alfa Romeo could replicate that in qualifying because, just a reminder of how quick they were on Friday. They were 7th and 9th, and they did their best times on the medium compound tyre when everyone else in the top 10 did their best time on the soft. It was just an incredible Friday, and I just thought, yeah, they have to be running ridiculously low fuel. Turns out they weren't. Turns out that the upgrades they brought to the car back at Silverstone, which was, I think, 4 or 5 upgrades they brought in total. Upgrades, in terms of their effect, will show up more at a track like this than it will at Silverstone or the Red Bull Ring or, more so aero-heavy tracks rather than tracks that are a bit more power-centric. And clearly, Alfa Romeo's car has improved a lot. And, of course, the shorter track or the shorter lap here at the Hungaroring does help as well. But, yeah, only 3.5 tenths away from pole position. That is a real incredible effort from Alfa Romeo. And they were, I think, really, as a team, they were the stars of qualifying. 5th and 7th. Nobody expected that. Charles Leclerc 6th. I think he will be disappointed, but I think, to be honest, Ferrari just weren't as quick as I thought they would be. After Friday practice, I thought Ferrari would be at minimum in the top 3, at least with Leclerc, because Carlos Sainz has looked pretty slow all weekend. But yeah, when it came to it, he just didn't have the pace. Nearly 4 tenths of a second away from pole, which around such a short lap is quite a bit of time to a team that is supposed to be a very close rival. So yeah, Ferrari just not the same level as Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren. As we'll get into soon, their race pace looks a lot stronger than what we saw in qualifying. Whether they'll be able to replicate it, we'll have to see. But I think they will probably deliver a slightly better result in the race today than what we saw in qualifying. But yeah, 6th on the grid for Leclerc. Bottas 7th. Fernando Alonso, P8. Brilliant job by Alonso, because Aston Martin are not quick at all. yeah, Alonso pulling a really special lap out the bag to just about get into Q3. He only got into Q3 by, what was it? Was it 1,000th or 2,000ths of a second? It was 2,000ths of a second over Carlos Sainz, who was knocked out in P11. So, yeah, brilliant job by Fernando. And P8 is, to be honest, it's an undeserving position for Aston Martin to be in because they're not that quick. They're really not that quick. They're a lot closer, at least when it comes to quali speed at the minute. They're a lot closer to being outside of the top 10 than really firmly being in the top 10. And it's not going to be the easiest race today for Alonso. I think he will climb positions, as we'll get into later. But, yeah, it's not going to be an easy day for Alonso and Aston Martin. Sergio Perez finally made Q3, but it was only P9. I mean, it was about where I expected him to be, but yeah. Still, poor performance, but I mean, we expected it. So, I mean, there's not much to say about Sergio Perez's performance, really, from qualifying. Nico Hülkenberg, though, I have to say, really great effort to get into Q3 once again, because I did not think Haas would have a quick enough car to be in the top 10. So, yeah, brilliant job by Hülkenberg and Haas. And for anyone out there who doesn't quite believe that these regulations are making the field closer, just look at the gap from pole to 10th place. Just under 0.6 of a second. And I know it's a short lap, but that's quite a bit shorter than what we saw at the Red Bull Ring. It is incredibly close right now in Formula 1, and that's why qualifying yesterday, in my view, was exciting. I know people were saying after qualifying, the tyre format, it worked so well. Maybe it did in terms of, having the cars run on track for longer during qualifying. I can see that, and I'd probably agree with that. But I don't think that the new tyre format is what caused such a mixed up field, because we've seen mixed up grids now for the last 5, 6, 7 races in a row, and it's a case of correlation does not equal causation. Just because there's a new format they're trialing, I don't think means that it was the cause for why we had, such a surprising order, because again, we had a surprising order at Silverstone to a certain extent, and in Austria, Spain, Miami. I mean, in Miami, I think we had an Alpine and a Haas in the top 5. So yeah, I don't think the tyre format is as responsible for the results we saw yesterday as people would like to think. And I still think the qualifying format we normally have, I still think is the better format. For the rest of the field, though, you've got Carlos Sainz in P11, and then Esteban Ocon in P12. Alpine were, for me, by far the biggest disappointment of qualifying. I thought after Friday practice they were shoo-ins for the top 10, not just with one car, but both cars. They looked so good on Friday. They were 3rd and 5th. They were only quarter of a second away from McLaren and Ferrari. I really don't understand why they were so slow. Maybe the drivers just didn't quite get the laps together, but yeah, really poor result for Alpine. 12th and 15th, which is as a team, one of the poorest results they've had from qualifying this season. And again, such a surprise when on Friday they looked like they were probably going to be one of the teams causing surprises, like Alfa Romeo eventually did. So yeah, incredibly surprising and disappointing from the Alpine team. But I mean, with Alpine, I've come used to disappointment from them. It's a regular occurrence. It's been regular really since 2017, obviously when they were Renault officially. Still basically are the Renault team. Daniel Ricciardo, 13th on the grid. What a brilliant qualifying by him. Of course, the people who were knocked out in Q2 were knocked out using medium tyres. People in the top 10 used soft tyres, and people in Q1, they were on the hard tyres. Ricciardo, in the end, officially, about 9/10 of a second quicker than his teammate. When you do the tyre correction and you also adjust for improved track conditions, I think Ricciardo was probably, if they, let's say in qualifying, if it was a normal qualifying session, they were probably, or Ricciardo was probably a quarter of a second at most quicker than Tsunoda. That's what I would say the gap is. If, again, once you adjust or do the tyre correction and adjust for the improved track conditions that Ricciardo would have had. So very impressive for Ricciardo to be not just into Q2, but in a, qualifying in a really good position, P13. And, if we could get a couple of retirements from the top 10, who's to say Daniel Ricciardo doesn't have a chance of a points finish? Would be incredible if he got a points finish on his return to Formula 1. AlphaTauri, though, as well as Alfa Romeo, looking better. AlphaTauri still don't look as good as Alfa Romeo. AlphaTauri have a lot of work to do. They still have big issues, such as quite a bit of drag on their car, which I'll show you guys a key bit of data that really does illustrate that later. But yeah, they've improved based on what we saw at Silverstone and Austria, but there is still quite a bit of work to do. Lance Stroll 14th, no surprise. He's just been terrible this season, and the Aston Martin car has really fallen back. Pierre Gasly 15th, I was so surprised. Not just Alpine being slow, but Gasly being that far behind Ocon. 3.5 tenths. No, I honestly never expected that. I thought Gasly would definitely be ahead of Ocon. So, yeah, really disappointing there. Alex Albon 16th. That's really the best I think he could have done. Williams do have the slowest car this weekend. There's no doubt about that. Tsunoda 17th. George Russell in 18th place. Yeah. I mean, there's two reasons why Russell was knocked out. One, he obviously they messed it up a bit, Mercedes, with the traffic situation at the end of Q1, where Russell had to back out for the Alpine, and he wasted what then could have been a good run through the final corner to start his lap. But again, Mercedes not quite getting it right with the traffic situation and placing Russell in a good position. But really, if you look at practice, Russell has not been that quick all weekend. He's been definitely quite a bit behind his teammate. So even if he made it through to Q3, which I think he would have if he had not had that issue, I don't think he would have been anywhere near pole position. I think he probably would have been, 5th on the grid, maybe 4th at best, but I don't think he would have been anywhere near the top 3. So, yeah, Russell really having a poor weekend as well, not just because of his team cocking things up. Kevin Magnussen 19th. Magnussen was horrendous in qualifying. Qualifying so many positions away from his teammate and very slow compared to his teammate. And then Logan Sargent rounding out the field. Logan was okay, I would say. In qualifying, nothing special. I mean, the position he finished in, I don't think Williams really can complain about it because Williams have the slowest car here. Still, though, around such a short track, he's giving away nearly 3.5 tenths, which is just too much. So, yeah, needs to cut that gap down still. But again, Williams are the slowest team here, so there's not really anything he could do. But that is, guys, your starting grid for the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix. Let me just get the timer quickly back on screen. I will go through the other data in a moment, But yeah, what I want to do quickly is just take this painkiller. So I will mute myself probably for, I don't know, 30 seconds or so whilst I gulp it down. It's a dissolvable one. So just, give me, a few seconds, and then once I'm done, I'll be back with you guys in a moment. So yeah, don't go anywhere. I will be back with you very soon. Well, this drink, or this, consuming this painkiller is taking a bit longer than normally it does take. But I just wanted to say quickly, so I don't want to leave it, dead air for too long. I just want to say, whilst we, wait for me to deal with this, if you are new to the channel, of course, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. We, as long as I'm obviously physically okay, do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, and we will be, of course, for next weekend, the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. We'll be doing a watch-along for qualifying, the sprint race, and the race on Sunday as well. And for everyone watching right now, make sure to smash the like button. We're currently on 13 likes. Let's try and get 20 plus if we can in the next few minutes or so. But yeah, I'll try and down the rest of this bottle to, fully consume the painkiller, and then we'll properly get cracking. So I'll be back in a few seconds. Right. So there you go. Hopefully, should be all okay for the rest of the stream now. Anyway, quick reminder again. The results of qualifying. This is the top 10. And then the bottom half of the order. So now let's get into the sector time data to see in qualifying where certain teams were so quick and how they ended up with the positions they've got. And some very interesting talking points from the sector time data. So let's get into it. The first sector really is the least important, even though I think it is the longest sector of the lap. It doesn't represent what this track is about, and it doesn't represent what you need to be quick at this circuit. You need downforce, and the first sector, you don't need a lot of downforce to be quick in the first sector. So yeah, it's not the most important. Red Bull, though, were quickest by not 300s, nearly, about 3 to 400ths of a second, we'll call it that, over the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton. I've got to say, though, given the first sector has, the pit straight, and then you've got an on-throttle section going to turn 2, and then another longish one going up to turn 4. Very impressed that Mercedes are pretty much as quick as Red Bull in that first sector. And as you'll see in a moment with the speed trap data, maybe you could argue it's because of setup with Red Bull, but Mercedes not doing too bad at all with their top speed compared to Red Bull. So yeah, very much impressed by Mercedes there. Alfa Romeo as well, very, very good speed, considering in more say, high-speed sectors, they tend to be quite slow because they have had a bit of a drag issue with their car this year. Maybe these upgrades have fixed that. Not massively or completely, but maybe they have, improved on that somewhat, because they were very impressive in the first sector. Third best team, just ahead of Ferrari, who you would have put your life on to be quicker than Alfa Romeo in Sector 1. McLaren, not really a surprise about their first sector speed, so I can't really complain about it. Neither can I Aston Martin. Haas probably should have been a tad quicker, half a tenth quicker, say. But, I don't think it really would have made a massive difference to the Haas team if they were half a tenth quicker in the first sector. And then, of course, the Alpine, AlphaTauri, and Williams, they did their first sector times on different tyres. If you do the tyre correction, Alpine were basically on the same pace as Haas. AlphaTauri were probably, a tenth and a half back. And then Williams, surprisingly, very slow in the first sector. I know, obviously, they in Q1 were on the hard tyres, but still, even if you do the tyre correction, they are still very slow in that first sector. So, yeah, it is quite surprising how far they've dropped off. Because, Silverstone, it's not... it is a power track to a certain extent, but it's a medium, I would say medium aero track in terms of how much aero you need to be quick there. And obviously at Silverstone, they were so quick. But here in Hungary, we do have plenty of high-speed corners, and it is a short lap, yet they're just so slow. Yeah, I am a bit surprised by that, but, really, for Williams, we're waiting for next weekend to see another great performance from them at a track which will definitely suit their car quite a bit more. But let's get into the middle sector, which is the most important part of the lap. And it was actually McLaren who were the best team. And this Sector 2 time perfectly illustrates why McLaren have improved. It's not because they've cut down on the drag. They have, but not that much. As Lando Norris said when he first, tested the upgrade and raced the upgrade in Austria, the improvement is pure downforce. And as you can see here, clearly the improvement they have made, not just quicker than Red Bull, a tenth quicker than Mercedes, and compared to Ferrari and Aston Martin, in such a short sector, just under half a minute, miles clear, really, quarter of a second quicker. That is a massive gap to have in just 27 seconds of a sector. So, yeah, very impressed with McLaren. Their car, aerodynamically, I still think is, at worst, one of the top 3 best cars on the grid. I think at times they probably do have the second best car. Just depends on, the particular track, particular conditions, stuff like that. And of course, with Lewis Hamilton putting in the performance he did yesterday, that really did, make McLaren probably look a tad worse than they actually were in qualifying yesterday. Because, you saw they were only like 700ths or 800ths of a second away from Max in the Red Bull, which is really impressive for them to be that close. And remember, Red Bull, they brought an upgrade this weekend to the side pod. The side pod inlet shape has changed. McLaren have brought no upgrades this weekend, yet they were pretty much on the same speed as Red Bull in qualifying. So, yeah, very impressive by McLaren, and they are here to stay as a front-running team for the rest of the season. There is no doubt about that. They are not going anywhere. Of course, at the power tracks, the proper power tracks, that's where they'll be at their weakest, but when we come to medium or high aero circuits like Hungary, Zandvoort, Singapore, Suzuka, and obviously we've got a load more at the end of the season. Qatar, Texas, Mexico, all of those, they're going to be super, super quick. And they've still got updates to bring that they'll probably bring either next week or at the Dutch Grand Prix, which is the first race after the summer break. So, yeah, McLaren, I think, are in a really strong position, and you never know, they could win a race before the end of the season. Yeah, they were slightly quicker than Red Bull. Mercedes, I don't think you can really complain about what their middle sector was like. I mean, they got pole position. We can't really complain at all. But in terms of what I expected coming into the weekend, I'm not surprised. They were, almost a tenth slower than Red Bull and pretty much a tenth slower than McLaren. Not really a surprise to me. Once again, though, Alfa Romeo showing the improvements, the clear improvements they have made to their car. Again, the few updates they brought at Silverstone showing a lot more their true worth here in Hungary, and that's why they're so much quicker. And right on the pace of Ferrari and Aston Martin, who are all, pretty much on the same pace in the middle sector. And then after that, you got Haas, who were pretty slow in Sector 2. Of course, they did their best Sector 2 time on the soft compound tyres, so no real excuses for Haas being that slow. But given Alfa Romeo's clear improvement, I'm not sure really Haas could have done that much better than what they did in the middle sector. For Alpine, I know obviously they were knocked out in Q2 and they won the mediums, but, the difference from the soft to the medium in the middle sector should probably be 2.5, 3/10 of a second. And, let's say you take off 3/10 of a second from the time they did. They're quicker than Haas, but they're still about a tenth slower than Alfa Romeo, and they would be at best probably the 7th best team. Again, disappointing. The thing is, though, despite that, we did actually see warning signs of that in practice, because in practice too, Alpine, well, obviously when everyone was pretty much on the soft compound tyre, the same tyre, Alpine were only the 6th best team. The sector really where they were at their best was the final sector. So, yeah, we did see warning signs from Alpine of this. And then the final two teams, AlphaTauri and Williams. I think overall, Williams were probably actually faster than AlphaTauri in the middle sector, because, they were only, 10th and a half slower than AlphaTauri when Williams were on the hard, AlphaTauri on the medium. So, yeah, AlphaTauri, as you can see, improvements have been made, but they are still quite slow, which is what makes Daniel Ricciardo's performance so good in qualifying. So yeah, let's now go into the final sector times. And Red Bull were the kings of the final sector, nearly a tenth quicker than Mercedes, 10.5 quicker than McLaren. I think McLaren, that's really the sector that we most disappointed in, is the final sector. Again, though, like with Alpine in the middle sector from yesterday, we did see this with McLaren in the final sector yesterday, where they were very quick in Sector 1 or Sector 2, but then Sector 3, they just dropped about a tenth of a second more than really they should have been. And if Lando was a tenth of a second quicker in the final sector, he would have been, on pole position for the Hungarian Grand Prix today. So, yeah, it's just that final sector where the McLaren is just not quite this weekend delivering the pace. Of course, the final sector is really about your slow speed corner performance. So, the improvements McLaren have made to the car are not probably going to show as much in the final sector as they will in the middle sector. But yeah, if McLaren, if they genuinely thought they had a chance at pole, then really it's the final sector that was the costly one for the Woking based team. Aston Martin, to be fair, did relatively pretty well in the final sector compared to how they were looking yesterday, where I think in the final sector yesterday, they were the slowest team. So, yeah, Aston Martin, I think, to be honest, I don't think in any of the sectors they could have really done any better. The reason they were as slow as they were is because that's where they are. It's not because they didn't optimize the car enough. I think they got the most out of it. That's just that's what's there, 8th and 14th. Such a shame, of course. And really, you'd have to say Aston Martin are, for the time being, they're back to being a midfield team because obviously you've got Alfa Romeo ahead of them on the grid, and they're a lot closer to the midfield teams rather than the front-running teams. So yeah, Aston Martin not looking great. Haas, good final sector. Alfa Romeo dropping off a bit in the final sector, but it's not really a surprise. Again, their updates were always going to show more so in the middle sector rather than the final sector. Ferrari, I have to say, very poor final sector. And that's really why Leclerc was or is 6th on the grid. Because really, he should be ahead of the Haas and the Alfa Romeo in the final sector. So, yeah, I mean, you could probably, given Aston Martin's drop-off, Leclerc and Ferrari should have probably been in between McLaren and Aston Martin in this final sector. So, say, a 10th of a second quicker than they were. And if they ended up being a 10th quicker, he probably would have been only one position better off, but he would have been a lot closer to Piastri and would have actually put himself on the clean side of the grid today's race, which, given that it's been almost a completely dry weekend and there's been lots of tyre rubber laid down this weekend, starting on the clean side of the grid is very important today. Very important today. So Leclerc at a massive disadvantage starting in P6, and I wouldn't be surprised if he lost a position or two down to turn 1, put it that way. If you're on the dirty side of the grid here in Hungary, it is one of the more it's one of the tracks where you're more so punished for that than other ones. We've seen drivers before, starts from second, obviously on the dirty side, who have gone down the field quite dramatically. So yeah, we'll see how that fares out at the start. AlphaTauri looking very good in the final sector. Daniel Ricciardo, or AlphaTauri, the 8th best team in the final sector. Alpine, though, again, just not good enough. Given that they were on the medium, once you do the tyre correction, I mean, compared to Haas and Alfa Romeo, yeah, just simply not good enough. And Alpine, they just don't have the downforce levels compared to the rest of the field like they had 2 months ago. That's just a clear bottom line of the situation. And I think with Alpine, no, I said obviously a few moments ago that I thought they were one of the biggest disappointments. And the reason I say that is not because I thought there was more potential there. It's because, one, they looked really good on Friday, but in the end, the reason they ended up with the result they did is not because they didn't have a great middle sector when the other two sectors were fine, and that's what cost them. They just weren't quick in any of the sectors, and were just, overall, once everyone properly showed their true performance, they just weren't that quick. And in qualifying, we're probably, the 7th best team in qualifying, or the 8th best team? I mean, that's quite horrendous for Alpine, given that, 2 months ago they were 4th, 5th best team. So that is a quite alarming drop-off. And still, like Aston Martin, it's because they're just not developing the car enough. Alpine have not really brought a big upgrade this season. They've just done really minor tweaks to the car, and it just simply hasn't worked. And that's why the CEO of Alpine, Laurent Rossi, has been let go and replaced already halfway through the season. And yeah, Alpine are just not in a good position right now at all. But one final thing before we go to the top speeds and all the other data that I want to get into before this 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix. When you look at all the sectors, do you guys notice a trend? So this is Sector 1, here's Sector 2, and here's Sector 3. Now, this trend is in relation to the fight for pole position. Again, Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. What you'll notice, I'll answer as to what the common theme is through the sectors, is Red Bull and Max Verstappen were quicker than Lewis Hamilton and Mercedes in every sector. But because his best sectors Verstappen, he did not do all of the best sectors on his final lap in qualifying. That's why Lewis Hamilton got pole position. Because Verstappen just didn't pull the lap together when he most needed to. And the reason I'm saying this is because it just illustrates that, yeah, Lewis Hamilton did an amazing job to get the car on pole. And really, the reason he got on pole is not because of the Mercedes pace. It's because of Lewis Hamilton brilliantly capitalizing on Max and Red Bull not quite delivering the best final lap. Because, you know, obviously these sector times, the best sector times for each team in each sector, this is their best sector times from the entire session, not just their quickest lap. So, you know, if you add up the gap between Max and Lewis for all of the best sectors, he was what? 0.035 quicker in the first sector, 800ths quicker in the middle sector, so then that's what, like a tenth of a second, and then he was nearly a tenth of a second quicker in the final sector. So overall, in qualifying yesterday, when everyone was, you know, doing their absolute best sector times, Red Bull were actually 0.2 of a second quicker than Mercedes. And the reason I am pointing this out again is because I want to illustrate that Mercedes did not get pole yesterday because they were the best team. It was not because of that. It was more so because of Lewis Hamilton. And Mercedes are still not there yet. Even though they got pole position, it was an amazing pole. Very happy for them to, you know, to finally get that pole position this season. But in reality, they're still not on Red Bull's level. So, yeah. I mean, 0.2 of a second around a short lap is still, for Mercedes, quite a bit of a gap between them and Red Bull. So, yeah. I just want to as well illustrate this to Mercedes fans possibly watching, just so you know, to temper expectations, not just for this race, but going forward for the next couple races at least, until Mercedes bring another big upgrade. Because in reality, Mercedes, again, they're not legitimately on Red Bull's level yet, but they're definitely not that far away. This is the closest they've been all season to Red Bull. There is no doubt about that. But again, in reality, they are still not quite close enough. But let's get into some other data before we get then into the teams, into more depth as to how I think they'll get on. Of course, we'll get into my predictions in a moment. So, hold on. Let me get rid of this person. Yeah, sorry about that person spamming links. And by the way, the race starts in 1 hour and 10 minutes. I will get the timer back on screen soon. Let me just go through the rest of this data first. Here is the speed trap data. Again, it's not really that important because this is not a power track, but at least for knowing who has got a good top speed, and who to look out for in terms of overtaking. Here it is anyway. Haas, the quickest team. McLaren second. Ferrari third. Aston Martin fourth. And yeah, Mercedes, as I said earlier, very impressed that they were only 1 kilometre slower than Red Bull in the main speed trap. And the main speed trap that this data is took from is at the very end of the pit straight, the highest speed part of the track. So yeah, very impressed by that. And Mercedes, even though their power unit is not that great for their standard, the Mercedes car overall is not too shabby in a straight line. It's not one of the best, but it's at worst about in the middle, I would say. So yeah, Mercedes looking good in that area. Obviously, that was a big issue for them at the start of the season, was just too much drag compared to Red Bull, Ferrari, other teams as well. And with AlphaTauri, you can see their top speed still an issue for them. They were under 300 kilometers an hour. Maybe that's because they really packed on the downforce to really get the best out of their package this weekend. Maybe that's why they went for that. But yeah, they still do have clearly a drag issue, because they've been regularly this season at the bottom of the time, well, not timesheets, but the speed trap data, because even though they've got a quite powerful power unit, the problem is they don't have what Red Bull, their sister team, has. They don't have that slippery car design to be able to be, have good downforce, but also have a car that is effectively quick in a straight line. And that's probably their biggest weakness at the minute. That, if they can work on and improve on, AlphaTauri might get back to being in a position where they can maybe contend for points here or there. But, yeah, watch out for, I guess, the Haas, McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin, if they're in a position to overtake other cars. But now, what we're going to get into is the long-run data from Friday Practice 2. So this data is the average lap time for each team, and the average time they did, and it's a table of, obviously, a comparison of, who the quickest team is, and, down to the bottom, just to show the difference in pace. I will also make sure to read out, whilst I do this, what tyres people were on for most cars, what they were on when they did that long run. So, Red Bull were the quickest team, not really a surprise. Alfa Romeo, though, very, very impressive. I actually don't know what tyre they did their long run on. I assume it was a medium compound tyre. But, yeah, very impressive long run pace. Max Verstappen, though, he did his 1:23.3 average time. That was on the soft compound tyre that he did that long run. So, given that the soft compound tyre is not the best race tyre for today, the medium definitely is a much better race tyre. The hard compound tyre should be the best. Verstappen and Red Bull quite clearly, once you do the tyre correction, because a lot of the teams here did their long runs on mediums. Again, once you do the tyre correction, Red Bull are quite far ahead of the other teams when it comes to their pace on heavy fuel. Alfa Romeo looking very impressive. Ferrari also impressive. Charles Leclerc did a 1:23.6 on average, 0.3 of a second slower than Max Verstappen, and that run he also did on the soft compound tyre. So I am very curious to see whether they'll actually carry that pace through from Friday and be a bit stronger today than what we saw in qualifying. We'll have to see, of course, in an hour or so's time. I really hope they do carry that pace through, because it would be great to see Ferrari for once make progress during a race. And then You've got Alpine, McLaren, and Aston Martin all doing pretty much the same lap time. They all did their long runs on the medium. Gasly only slightly quicker than Norris, who was only slightly quicker than Alonso. But yeah, all of those teams on pretty much the same pace. And then after that, you've got Alex Albon in the Williams in P7, only a couple tenths of a second back. And then Lewis Hamilton for Mercedes, the 8th best team with the long runs on Friday. Maybe Mercedes were running a bit extra fuel on that long run than they really needed to. Maybe they were running their engine in an even more conservative mode than others were. Maybe that's why they were so slow, but that's what their pace was on Friday. And if it does replicate this long run pace to what we're going to see in the race, then yeah, Lewis Hamilton's chances of holding on to the lead are, I think, quite slim, because I think the Red Bull is in a completely different race, or going to be in a completely different race today compared to the Mercedes. I think really Hamilton, his fight today is against the two McLarens, who look to be, at worst for McLaren, on the same pace as Mercedes, but they're probably quicker on heavier fuel, are McLaren. So yeah, that's going to be their main fight today. AlphaTauri not looking too bad relative compared to the other teams. Obviously Ricciardo in 13th, we'll see how he does. And then by far the slowest team, the Haas F1 team, no surprise there with them consistently the slowest team on a Sunday. So make sure to remember this going into the race. And mostly, I would say, based on this data, I have come up with my final race prediction for the race today. Let's get into my predicted top 10, with, of course, the predicted gaps as well. Max Verstappen will win the race by 18 seconds. The reason only 18 seconds is because whether it's at the start of the race or during the first stint or at the first round of pit stops, once he overtakes Lewis Hamilton and pulls out, I don't know, a 3-4 second gap, I think what Red Bull will probably do is turn the motor down quite a bit and just ask Max essentially to coast home, because they've clearly got the pace to win today. They just need to make sure they don't really fuck anything up. Lewis Hamilton will finish in second place because he has the all-important track position over the two McLarens. The McLarens, though, will be very close behind. I think Norris will be right on Hamilton's tail at the end of the race. But again, with Hamilton having the better track position, he will hold on through the race. So yeah, Norris third, Oscar Piastri just behind in fourth, and Charles Leclerc just behind in fifth. I am... Maybe it's blind faith, but I am sticking with, Ferrari with the good race pace they showed on Friday. I'm going to stick with them having a good race today. So, yeah, that's why I'm going with them in not only P5, but not that far behind the Mercedes and the two McLarens. Maybe I am inhaling quite a bit of hopium. We will see. Fernando Alonso, I think, will finish in 6th place. The reason I'm going with him in 6th is purely because it's Fernando Alonso, and I don't see him staying behind the two Alfa Romeos, who I don't think will be as quick as what we saw with their long-run pace on Friday, and I would be very surprised if they replicated the same speed they had in qualifying to the race today. I'd be very surprised by that. So Alonso, I'm going 6th, just ahead of Sergio Perez in P7. And then 8th will be Zhou Guanyu, 9th Valtteri Bottas. That would be a great result, by the way, for Alfa Romeo, 8th and 9th. And that would actually take them back into 7th place in the championship. And they would go, 4 points clear of Williams if they were to get that result. So, yeah, if they can get that, that would be a brilliant result for them. As long as they really finish up with both cars in the points, then that will be good enough. That's got to be the aim for Alfa Romeo. At least both cars in the points. Because as long as they have both cars in the points, they will go up to 7th in the championship, because even if they're 9th and 10th, that'll be 3 points, which would take them a point clear, for example, of Williams. So yeah, we'll see how they get on. I think they'll have a decent race. And then Carlos Sainz will round out the point scorers in P10. Carlos has been pretty slow this weekend, but I think he will obviously pass Hülkenberg in the Haas, but he won't be able to pass the Alfa Romeos, who will be just a tad too quick in the end. And yes, that does mean that George Russell, in my view, from 18th on the grid, will not finish in the points. And the reason I don't think finishing the points is, one, he's starting too far back. Two, his pace is not that great this weekend. And three, there are quite a few quick cars that he would have to probably overtake. Sainz, for example, in the Ferrari. The Aston Martin should be quicker today than it was yesterday of Stroll. So he's got him to contend with. And obviously, it's not that easy to overtake here. We need to remember that. It is still quite hard to overtake at the Hungaroring. And then you've got the Alpines, who, despite starting 12th and 15th, if they can replicate that good Friday long run pace, they might be a bit too hard to overtake in the end. So yeah, that's why I think George Russell will miss out and probably finish in, I don't know, 11th or 12th place. But I think really Russell needs to rely on a well-timed safety car or a couple retirements from this top 10 that I've gone for. But yeah, that's my top 10. Let me know, guys, in the live chat. Do you agree or disagree? Who do you think will win the race? There is a poll running right now at the top of the live chat, and I've asked you guys in that poll if I can get rid of that spammer again. Yeah, thankfully they're gone now. What was I going to say? Yeah, there is a poll running at the top of the live chat where I've asked you guys simply, who will win today's Hungarian Grand Prix? And the options are, as there you go, timer back on screen, 57 minutes to go until the race starts in Budapest. Yeah, the options are Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, and Oscar Piastri. Who are those four do you think will win? For me, it's Verstappen. I think him in that Red Bull is still too good, and Red Bull still have just way too good of a car. So yeah, I think Verstappen will get the job done and win in Hungary for the second time in his career, and the second year, of course, in a row. Yeah, let me know in the chat. And in that poll, again, what you think will happen. But one more thing I need to update you guys about before we get into the teams properly. And by the way, I should be, in about half an hour from now, I should be joined by Niblo, my co-commentator, as long as he's remembered to come on today. Last I saw, like an hour ago, he was awake, so he should be coming on pretty soon. But I just wanted to update you guys from Pirelli what the predicted quickest race strategy was today. So let me just find that on Twitter quickly. So according to Pirelli, 2 stops are estimated to be the fastest race strategy for the Hungarian Grand Prix, but they do say that there is a viable 1-stop strategy and a viable 3-stop strategy option 2. So those options are not that much slower than than the 2-stopper. But the 2-stopper, according to Pirelli, is the quickest way to do today's race. The 2 options for the 2-stopper, by the way, is to start on the mediums, pit between laps 17 and 24, go on to a set of hard tyres, and then pit between lap 42 and 48, and then go on to another set of hard tyres to finish the race. Or you can do the other 2-stop, which would be start on the mediums again, pit between lap 18 and 25, go onto a set of hard tyres, pit again between lap 45 and 52, and then instead of finishing on the hards, you would finish on the mediums, which we saw Lewis Hamilton do famously here in 2019, which led to a very famous and classic race win for Mercedes and Hamilton. So we'll see how that gets on. In my view, from what I've seen so far this weekend, and we have to remember the tyre compounds this weekend are pretty soft. The three softest compounds that Pirelli actually have, C5, C4 and C3. We do have to remember, though, that since Pirelli brought their new type of tyre at Silverstone, the tyres are definitely a tad harder than they were before Silverstone. So they do tend to cope better with the high loading through the longer corners than they did before the British Grand Prix. So maybe certain cars could go for a one-stop strategy, but I do think it'll be a two-stopper because really of how soft the compounds are, and I just don't think they'll last enough for you to really get the best result you can, to do, say, a one-stop strategy, and I think a two-stopper is absolutely the best way to do the race. It will be interesting, though, to see who starts on what tyre. I'd be very surprised if anyone starts on the soft compound tyre, because I don't see that tyre lasting that long, because it's quite a bit hotter this weekend than it was at Silverstone. And again, the compounds are quite a bit softer than what we saw at the British Grand Prix as well. So I'd be very surprised if we saw anyone start soft compound tyre. So yeah, I'll be very interested to see who starts on either medium or hard, because even if you start the hard tyre, initially you might be slow. Even if it does prove, though, the hard tyre initially to be very quick, pitting for the less favourable medium tyre later in the race might not be as bad of an option as it would be for other Grand Prix. So, yeah, we will see how that all shakes out. But that is your strategy for today's race. And just so you know, with the alternate tyre allocation in effect this weekend, we do have interesting data to bring you in terms of who has new sets of what tyre. So the only drivers that have new sets of soft tyres are Sainz, Russell, Ocon, Gasly, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Sargent, Albon, Stroll, Magnussen, basically everyone who missed out on Q3. But everyone who made Q3, you got the two Red Bulls, they've got one new set of hard tyres, no new sets of mediums though. Same for Ferrari. Ferrari have only one new set of hards, no new set of mediums. George Russell has two new sets of medium tyres, which is very interesting. So maybe we'll see Russell, say, start on the hard tyre and then go for two sets of mediums, or maybe medium, hard. We'll see how that plays out. Lando Norris has one new set of the medium tyre and one new set of the hard tyre. Hamilton and Verstappen do not have a new medium compound, so that is an advantage that Lando Norris has. Piastri has a new set of hards, but no new sets of mediums. Alonso has only one new set of hard tyres. And then, yeah, that's really about it. Oh, yeah, the two Alfa Romeos have no new sets of tyres at all. They have no new sets of hards, mediums, or soft compound tyres. So it'll be scrubbed tyres for them for the entire Hungarian Grand Prix. Let's hope that doesn't backfire. Of course, that did kind of lead to a bit more of a less eventful practice, teams using certain compounds. But, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe it'll give us a better race. We'll have to see. But, right, I think what we're going to do now for the next 20 minutes or so, before we bring Nib on, is, yeah, just go through the teams and just go through, finally, how I think they'll get on and what the keys are for these certain teams to get the results that obviously they're searching for today. And strategically, what are the things that certain teams should do? So let's get into that. So Red Bull, we'll start with Max Verstappen. So yeah, his job is simple: pass Lewis Hamilton ASAP. If he can do it on lap 1, amazing. That would be brilliant, because by the end of the first stint, he'll be so far ahead that he'll be able to turn, his engine down, run in a lean fuel mix, and just coast home to the end of the race and not stress his car too much. But the longer he doesn't get past Hamilton, and of course we have to remember Max is starting on the dirty side of the grid. The longer he's not in the lead, then that does give Mercedes and McLaren, quite a bit of hope that they can actually win today's Hungarian Grand Prix. But as long as Red Bull and Verstappen don't get anything majorly wrong, like the start of the race, pit stops, the strategy, stuff like that, as long as they don't get that stuff majorly wrong, I don't see how Max Verstappen can be stopped today. And I think he will take what would be his 7th win in a row, and would be his 9th win of the season in just 11 races. Just incredible if he was to accomplish that, and most likely he will, because Red Bull are still way too quick. For Sergio Perez, though, it's going to be a difficult day. I mean, he's never been quick here. He's missed Q3 so many times in different cars. Some cars quick, some cars not. He's never really been an expert at the Hungaroring as Sergio Perez. So it's not really a surprise that he's not that quick. I mean, last year we saw Max from P10 win the race, and Perez from P11 only finished in 5th, and they were pretty much, I think, on the same strategy. So it just shows you that Sergio Perez is just not that quick around this track. P9 on the grid, though, what can he do strategically to get himself maybe into the top 5, which has to be really the aim for Perez and Red Bull with him? Now, I would say maybe start on the hard compound tyre to try and get him to go as long into the race. But I'm not actually sure that that is going to work as well as they maybe think it could. So I think, to be honest, what would be better for Perez is probably if he went a bit more aggressive and, started on the medium, for example, and instead of going to a set of hard tyres, went to another set of medium tyres, and then did his final stint on the hard compound, and let's say he extends the middle stint to make sure he has a shorter stint at the end on fresher hard compound tyres. The hard tyres should be the best tyre of choice today in today's race. So yeah, I think that's probably the best strategy they can do for him, given really where his pace is at and how it compares to the rest of the field. And I don't think starting on the hard tyre and going super long into the race is really going to work that well for him, because he's going to lose a lot of pace staying out on those hard tyres, and will probably as well, it'll give him too much work to do in the second half of the race to reclaim whatever positions he has lost. So really, Perez's progress will be dependent on the pace of the car rather than his pace, and that's why I think he'll finish up in P7 still, though, behind Fernando Alonso. But yeah, Red Bull, I still think, will, at the end of this race, be undefeated in 2023. Let's go on to Mercedes-Benz. We'll start with Lewis Hamilton, who, of course, is on pole position for the 9th time in Hungary. just incredible the amount of poles he's had here. He is the king of the Hungaroring. He has been since the first day, really, he turned up at this circuit. Any era, he's always been the consistently quickest and best driver here. Yeah, Hamilton looking great. Mercedes looking, I wouldn't say great, but very good. But I think, like I said earlier, in reality, they're not as quick as Red Bull. They're just not. And I think in reality, the Mercedes engineers, I think they know that. I think they know that if they were to win today, they're going to have to rely on quite a lot for that to actually happen. So, yeah, Lewis Hamilton's and Mercedes' real fight is against the two McLarens. And if Hamilton does lose the lead on the first lap, what he has to make sure he does is not fight too hard with Verstappen. Which I know to certain Hamilton fans will not sound great because obviously they have a massive rivalry. But I don't think Verstappen is really his fight today. His fight, in my view, is Norris and Piastri. And if, let's say Hamilton is around the outside at turn 1 on the first lap, if Max was to squeeze him a bit, which we know Max definitely can do, and Lewis loses some momentum, then he's in big trouble, because then the McLarens will just try and fly past around the outside with the grippier line into turn 2, and he can't afford for that to happen. So if Max does get the run on him down to the first corner, I'm not saying literally let him through, but if Max, is really late on the brakes and you're having to go really out of your way to keep him behind, then it's probably best you just let him go, because again, I really don't think he is their fight today is Max and the Red Bull. And the keys are for Lewis, once he does eventually lose position to Max and the Red Bull, is to manage the race, manage the tyres, something we know he can do very well, and keep up good speed as well. And just make sure he keeps those McLarens not only behind them, but, a second and a half, 2 seconds behind them, so that he can protect himself a bit from the undercut, which I'm sure McLaren will try to they will try to go for that at some point in the first stint of the race, if Hamilton is indeed in P2 and McLaren are, right on his tail. I'm definitely sure that McLaren will try the undercut. So yeah, just needs to make sure he manages the race, looks after the tyres, keeps the McLaren at a nice buffer of like 2 seconds, maybe even more. And if he can, then he'll finish probably in P2. But if the McLarens are able to sit right underneath the gearbox, right behind the rear wing of the Mercedes, then I think really it's inevitable that McLaren will beat them at some point in the race. So, yeah, it is critical that Hamilton, with all of his experience, talent, skill, all of that, it is vital that he shows all of that today to deliver a great result for Mercedes, whether it's a win, which would be incredible, or even second place, which I think would be a really great result, considering how competitive McLaren are. And really, when you consider where Mercedes were on Friday, it would be a brilliant result, P2 in the race, and obviously from getting pole position on Saturday. For George Russell in 18th, I think the best thing for them to do with him is to start with a hard compound tyre, because, he's got nothing to lose. I wouldn't start him on the soft tyre, because he would then have to pit probably too early and would be out of sync, really, with the rest of the cars. So, yeah, if I was Mercedes, I'm starting him on the hard, run him as long into the race as they can, and then make sure the 2 new sets of tyres, or 1 new set of tyres, how many stops they do, obviously it's up to them, just to make sure that he's on fresher, and as long as it is not, the mediums, as long as they're not too bad in the race today, softer compounds. Because if he can be on fresher and softer tyres for the second half of the race, that would probably give him the best chance of a few points. But realistically, given the stiff competition outside the top 10, and his lack of performance this weekend, I think he will miss out on the points. But Mercedes, given that Aston Martin are a lot slower, Ferrari quite a bit slower as well, and lower down on the grid, and obviously McLaren still way too far back in the championship, if they were to get the result I predict, that would be great for them to build on, obviously, second in the championship. Let's quickly touch on Aston Martin. And a reason I say quickly is because there's not really much to say about them. We've already said it a million times. Aston Martin have dropped off the ball because of lack of upgrades, and they are really a upper midfield team right now. Fernando Alonso did a great job to get into P8 on the grid. Lance Stroll, of course, starts P14. The only thing in the race today that could really see them rise up the field is, as we know, Aston Martin do tend to look after their tyres really well compared to the other teams. If they can make their tyres go a bit longer, even if they start on the mediums, that probably will help them quite a bit in the second half of the race. But other than that, I don't see them having a great afternoon. For Fernando Alonso, I think he will beat the two Alfa Romeos because Fernando is Fernando, and this is definitely a track that he does love quite a bit, which I think is responsible for why he ended up dragging the car into the top 10 yesterday. And the Aston Martin's race pace is definitely better than what we saw in qualifying yesterday. So, yeah, Alonso, I'm going in P6, which, to be fair, would be realistically the best result he could get today. I think there's no real chance he's going to be in the top 5. I just don't see it. It's going to take something special, really, for him to be in the top 5. Of course, it is Fernando Alonso. We know he is capable of special things. But Lance Stroll, yeah, no way he's getting into the points. Because one, again, he's in bad form, and he's been terrible this season. And secondly, the Aston Martin car is just not performing well enough to help him get dragged into the top 10. By the way, just so you guys know, because I've seen a couple of people talk about weather, don't worry about the weather. It is almost perfect blue skies. There is a few clouds around, but it is incredibly hot. It's, 30 degrees Celsius at the track. Very hot track temperature. There is nothing to worry about in terms of weather. It's going to be a brilliant day for the massive crowd at the Hungaroring. And good news, the Hungarian Grand Prix has been renewed until 2032, which is really great news. This has, of course, been a historic race on the calendar. Not all of the time, but I would say most of the time, it does provide us memorable races. And we've had so many great moments here. The last few races here have actually been really good. So there is quite a lot to live up to today for the drivers. Because last year we had a very exciting race where we had 3 different teams really fighting for the win. Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz. That was a very exciting race. 2021 we had the craziness of Ocon winning in the Alpine. 2020 was a wet-dry race and was, all over the place, especially in the midfield. 2019, we had the classic Hamilton-Verstappen battle. We've had so many recent Hungarian Grand Prix be really, really exciting. So, let's see how they get on today. But I'm going to try, because I'm going to be bringing Nib on in a few minutes, I'm going to try and whiz through, if I can, the rest of the teams. So, Ferrari, as I said earlier, disappointing. 6th and 11th on the grid. Considering on Friday, they looked quite good. And I thought they would be, not contenders for pole, but I thought they would be fighting with McLaren, but they were quite clearly slower than McLaren. I don't think they realised completely the potential of their car. I do think yesterday they were quicker than Alfa Romeo. I just don't think Charles Leclerc did the best final lap in qualifying he could have done, which is why he ended up behind Zhou on the grid. But yeah, Ferrari definitely not as quick. from qualifying, and possibly in the race they won't be as quick as Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren. I'm going Charles Leclerc in 5th because I do think Ferrari will be quicker than Alfa Romeo. The pace difference, though, is not going to be massive between the two teams, especially initially. So don't be expecting Leclerc to easily overtake. And of course, Leclerc is on the dirty side of the grid, so he's at a risk of possibly quite a bad start. Carlos Sainz, man on screen, P11. He's had a shocking weekend. At least he's on the clean side of the grid. Maybe he can make up a position or two. I think for him, he just needs to really go for the strategy that Pirelli have suggested, because I don't think Ferrari really have the wiggle room to, extend their tyre stints, because they still wear their tyres out a lot more than other teams do. So, yeah, probably for Ferrari, the best thing would be a medium, hard strategy. And then maybe if we get a safety car later or something like that, they can get a bit lucky and upgrade on these positions with some fresher tyres on later in the race. But, yeah, 5th for Leclerc, 10th for Sainz. I mean, they would outscore Aston Martin if my prediction was to come true, but they would only outscore them by 3 points. I mean, it would be progress, but it wouldn't be enough, would it? So, yeah, it's going to be a tough day for Ferrari, but even if their race pace does prove to be as good as it was on Friday, if you're a Ferrari fan, do not expect anything too extravagant. I would be very surprised to see a Ferrari on the podium, put it that way. McLaren, brilliant qualifying, and it could have been even better. Lando had, and McLaren had, a legitimate opportunity to take pole position, and if Lando had just been a bit better in that final sector, then he probably could have been on pole position, maybe even just ahead of Verstappen. I know it was a very small gap, but you never know. It was a crazily close qualifying yesterday. Not just for the top 2, top 3, but really throughout the field. But, I mean, 3rd and 4th of the grid, that's a great result for McLaren. And I would be extremely surprised if they did not end up on the podium for the 2nd race in a row. Lando Norris, I think, will finish in 3rd because he's not got the track position on Hamilton. I think that's what costs him in the fight against Lewis Hamilton. So, yeah, that's why I think Lando Norris finished in 3rd. And the reason I'm going Piastri in 4th is because Piastri is clearly slower than Lando around this track. And also, what do you call it? There's nobody behind him really to threaten him. I mean, Sergio Perez, theoretically, because of the pace of the car, but Perez has been very slow this weekend. So, yeah, Piastri should come home for 4th. But if they were to get the result, 27 points, that would be massive for them and would put them not that far away, given how many races are left in the season, from Aston Martin and Ferrari in the championship. And I think at the minute, given their pace, they have got a legitimately good chance of finishing 3rd in the championship. Because if they can consistently, with one of the best driver lineups on the grid that they've got, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, if they can consistently, finish both cars in the top 5 or top 6 of like every race from now on, they should definitely finish ahead of one of Aston Martin or Ferrari. So McLaren in a very good position, and 3rd and 4th, where they are on the grid, if that was their race result, I think McLaren should be very happy with that. And let's just quickly whiz through the rest of the teams, and then we'll bring Nib on soon. I also need to make sure to post the link of the stream out in a couple places. I'll try and do that before I bring Nib on as well. But Alpine, yeah, in the end, they didn't have the pace. Let's hope their race pace from Friday does translate itself. That would be really great if that did happen. But from 12th and 15th, given how competitive the top 10 looks compared to Alpine, it's going to be very hard for them to finish in the points, and they're going to have to rely on definitely quite a bit of luck. So, yeah, that's why I've got Alpine not finishing the points. Maybe they'll be in, P11, the first car not to finish in the points. That's definitely possible. I expect to be quicker today than they were in qualifying, but yeah, the poor grid position really is going to cost them today, and that's why I don't see them finishing in the points. Williams, yeah, they're the slowest team. They're going to finish probably with both cars outside of the top 15. Haas F1, they've got the slowest car with their race pace. Such a shame again, because with Nico Hülkenberg, his pace has been incredible once again, but Haas letting him down yet again. So yeah, a big shame there. But at least Hülkenberg has shown once again that he is performing at a very high level, but unfortunately it won't result in a points finish. Alfa Romeo, an amazing result for them in qualifying. Zhou Guanyu starting in his highest ever grid position in Formula 1, 5th on the grid. Third row for Alfa Romeo. They haven't been on the third row of the grid since, I think, the early part of 2022. Been that long, when of course they started that season very well. Clearly, the developments at Silverstone have improved the pace of the car. This track, though, does suit their car a lot more, because if you remember, back in Spain, a similar track to this one, they were quite quick there, and obviously Zhou did finish in P9. So it's a bit of both. Car improvements because of upgrades, and also the track layout suiting them a lot more. So this is not going to be a regular occurrence with Alfa Romeo, but will be more so at higher aero circuits. But yeah, I will say, despite my criticism at times, well done to Zhou Guanyu. Fantastic performance. But this race, this is really where it gets important. He has to deliver a points finish for Alfa Romeo. Really, I think has to beat Valtteri Bottas in the race today. And if he does, then that could be, if he finishes, 7th or 8th or even 6th, that would be a massive helping towards him keeping that seat for 2024. Especially with Théo Pourchaire still disappointing in Formula 2, as I saw earlier in the feature race, where he finished miles behind Frederick Vesti, who I think has slightly extended his lead in the championship. So yeah, massive day for Zhou. This could be the day that defines Zhou's Formula 1 career. So yeah, it is absolutely crucial that he beats Bottas and finishes in the points. If they do get the result that I predicted, 8th and 9th, that would be brilliant. 7th in the championship it would put them into, and a few points clear of Williams as well, so it would give them a nice buffer for the time being. But yeah, good to see Alfa Romeo a lot better again, because if you remember, at the start of 2022, they were one of the best midfield teams, and of course finished 6th in the championship last season. So yeah, it's good to see them back to a lot more better performance, because I think really them not having the biggest budget has really cost them not being able to fully utilize or realize the potential of this design they've had really since the start of 2022. So yeah, good to see them back and having, as a team, their best qualifying, not just since the start of 2022, but for a very long time. You'd have to go back to like 2019 or something for the last time they were this good in qualifying. And finally, AlphaTauri, Daniel Ricciardo, brilliant qualifying, P13 on the grid. As long as he can be quite a few seconds ahead of Tsunoda at the end and finish, 14th, 13th, 15th, wherever AlphaTauri end up, but is still a few seconds ahead of Tsunoda, that would be a great first race back. And you'd imagine things will keep getting better from here. So, yeah, great to see Ricciardo back. Car number 3. It's so great to see that number back as well. And let's hope he has a good race today. And maybe, you never know, if there's going to be a shock, maybe it's him scoring a point. But those are all the teams, guys. And we go back to these pictures as we've got 25 minutes to go until the race gets underway. Right, so let me just quickly post the link of the stream out in a couple places, and then I'll try to bring Nib on for the race watch along if I can. Just wanted to say, though, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch alongs for every Grand Prix, and we will be doing a qualifying sprint race and race watch along for next weekend's Grand Prix at Spa. So make sure to subscribe for more content like this. And everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, smash that like button. We're currently on 40 likes. Let's try and get over 50 if we can in the next few minutes or so. But let me just post this quickly. Come join us here to watch along the Hungarian GP in Budapest. And I will just post it on Twitter quickly, and then we'll move on. Let me just see. Right, so I think, looking at my messages, Nib is, I think, already in Discord. I'll bring him on in a second. Come join us here to watch along the Hungarian GP, where Max and Lewis start on the front row with each other, which definitely could be fireworks. Right, so that is all tweeted. And yeah, there's Nib in chat. Right, I'll just bring you on in a second. Let me just get headphones on and get Discord open and all of that. As Martin Brundle has just started his grid walk. So yeah, I'll just get things ready quickly. And I'll hold on. There's one thing actually before I bring Nib on that I need to quickly do just to ensure the stream runs smoothly. Just need to disconnect my phone from the internet and delete a few things from my OBS just to make sure it all runs smoothly. So let me just do those things now. So I'll just quickly hide the timer, and then I'll just quickly get rid of this stuff again just to ensure that the stream will run a bit quicker, because I don't want to have anything freezing on me today after obviously everything that happened yesterday. And there you go. And we're not going to go quite to there yet. And let me just get the timer back on screen. We have got about 21 minutes to go until the race is underway. So yeah, I'll just bring him on a second. And hold on. Right. Right, are you there?
Hello.
Good to hear you. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you after well the bit of a madness of a day you had yesterday?
Yeah, a very mad day yesterday. 24 hours ago I was in literal shock from what I had done, but yeah, I feel a lot better now. And actually at the minute I feel pretty much back to normal. It's still a bit awkward, obviously what happened to me and all, but yeah, I'm pretty much back to normal. It's remarkable how quickly I've got over it, to be honest, given how fucking traumatic it was. Yeah, unfortunately, obviously, like you know, I missed qualifying because it was so exciting. Before we get into the grid and all, how much of qualifying were you able to watch? Did you watch most of it?
I was only able to watch with about 10 minutes left in Q2, so I missed all of Q1, but saw the majority of Q2.
Yeah, I woke up when Hamilton, Max, and Norris were posing for the top three, That's when I woke up. And then I immediately knew when I saw Lewis in the middle, I was like, oh, I've missed such a good session. And I didn't even see the rest of the Alfa Romeos and all of that. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. With qualifying, what you saw, how exciting a qualifying session would you say? Like the most exciting of the year or one of the most exciting in the last few years? Like how good would you say it was?
Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't as good as what. This shows you how terrible my memory is. Like of the F1 season this year. What? Nah, bro. There was a ridiculous quality early in the year.
Monaco.
Like, every single. Was it Monaco?
Well, there was like 4 different teams on pole in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. It absolutely was Monaco. Yeah, no, nothing's touching Monaco. Quali from this year. It was very exciting, and I love how F1 Twitter thinks that now this new quali format is the best format ever invented. Like holy shit! Like just calm her down. But it was exciting, so it's worked for one race. Let's see if it works for others.
Yeah, I said earlier, that the only thing I can think of that it probably made better was that the cars maybe ran on track a bit longer. But other than that, I can't really, because I mean, if you look at the last few qualifying sessions, a lot of the grids have been all over the place. It's not like this is the first grid of the season where it's a mixed up order. Like in Spain, we had Lando third in a McLaren car that was way slower. We had Alpines in the top, I think 5, and yeah, just a crazy order. So it's not like it just happened to be because of that. So yeah, I think people are overreacting when it comes to that. Let's quickly, as we've got just over 15 minutes, let's quickly get into the starting grid. So Hamilton on pole, Max in second. I can't remember exactly the last time they were on the front row with each other. I don't think they've been on the front row this year. I'm pretty sure of that. Maybe they did once in 2022, but I'm pretty sure they weren't on the same row or the front row. So this is, I think, the first time since the 2021 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Yes, that infamous race. First time since then they've been on the front row with each other. What are you expecting down to turn 1? Are you expecting terrorism, or are you expecting good, clean racing?
I was about to say we're going to see the T word.
Yeah.
I mean, if it doesn't happen into turn 1, it's happening into turn 2. If it doesn't happen in turn 2, it's happening in turn 4.
Yeah.
I think the elbows will be out, that's for sure. But I mean, I think actually Lewis will be a bit more aggressive with Max, because Lewis does have really nothing to lose. Whereas I mean, I know Max is miles and miles ahead in the championship, but still, you never know. Weirder stuff has happened. Sure, he'd want to keep things clean if he possibly can. So I mean, hopefully there's no contact. Like. Can there please be no contact? But most importantly, if they do go 10-pin bowling, like we've seen here before, Oscar Piastri will go into the lead and he will win the race. With Daniel Ricciardo in second, of course. I'm joking about the last part, but yeah, it's going to be quite a chaotic start, I think.
Yeah, we've had some quite chaotic starts here, obviously, a couple of years ago where...
I'll never forgive Stroll.
Yeah.
What a pillock.
Yeah, that was I think one driver that escaped quite a bit of scrutiny from that start, because obviously the main figure was Bottas taking out so many cars. But of course, McLaren are desperately praying that they do just go straight on at the first corner and go straight into each other like Senna Prost style at Suzuka. Because then McLaren will just fly through and probably secure a 1-2 if they both then retired from the race on the first lap. So, yeah, McLaren desperately are hoping for that. And, yeah, talking of Ricciardo, as you did a moment ago, even though the AlphaTauri car is still not that quick, how pleased are you and how good do you think Daniel Ricciardo's performance was compared to obviously how he did relative compared to Tsunoda?
Well, I mean, I think if someone had said that he'd out-qualify Tsunoda in his first race back, I mean, my jaw would be on the floor. And when I actually didn't get to see Q1, so when some of my friends messaged me saying that Yuki's out and Daniel's out-qualified him already, I'm like, what? I literally just said what with a question mark. Like, how? How is this possible? So, yeah, I mean, a great start, but I mean, Daniel's, of course, got to have a good race. And I mean, if he's already doing it here at the Hungaroring, I mean, of course, a track where Daniel's been very good for a long time now. Yeah, surely good things are to come for Daniel Ricciardo, and just hopefully this the AlphaTauri can improve a little bit with its performance.
Yeah, thankfully for AlphaTauri, because they are bottom of the championship, obviously it's their choice, they can develop or use a wind tunnel the most out of any team until the end of the season. So theoretically, they should be the team that improves the most. But again, it depends on how much they want to commit towards the rest of this season. I think really they want to make sure they start next season a lot better off, because obviously they've been pretty poor the entire season. But yeah, Ricciardo, brilliant job to out-qualify Tsunoda, and not just out-qualify Tsunoda, but then out-qualify Stroll in the Aston Martin and Gasly in the Alpine. Very good job. And he was only just behind Ocon in the Alpine as well. So really, really amazing performance. And if Tsunoda had done that, we would be saying, yeah, that's a properly good performance. So we have to give credit where credit is due. And we'll quickly touch on a couple more things before we get into it. So with Alfa Romeo, I mean, I said after Friday, I thought it was too good to be true. I thought there was no way they were going to be as quick as they were on Friday and replicate that on Saturday, but somehow they did. 5th and 7th, absolutely nobody saw that coming, especially Zhou ahead of Bottas, because normally Valtteri is pretty quick here in Hungary. What do you think is realistic from the race today? Do you think they can maintain their position, or do you think they'll probably drop back behind, Leclerc, Alonso, Perez?
Well, that was the thing, right? I wasn't able to watch any of Friday's running because I was at the cinemas watching Oppenheimer, and of course, chat, if you haven't seen Oppenheimer, get your bottoms to the movies to watch Oppenheimer. It's Nolan's best movie. That's all I have to say, because otherwise I could ramble on about it even more. But yeah, I mean, you look at the results, right, and like you just glaze over them, and then like I completely forgot like that the Alfa Romeos had been that quick. So when it come to qualifying, and I saw what Q1 was doing, and then Q2, and then Q3, I'm like, what the hell is this? They're absolutely like, what's going on here? So yeah, fantastic to see them up this high on the grid. But I mean, surely they fall back during the race, right? I mean, surely you'll have cars further down the field coming up through. I mean, you'd certainly expect Russell, if he's able to get past some cars early in this race, to certainly be coming, certainly for points at least for Russell. I mean, pretty poor to miss out on what could have been a great qualifying result for Mercedes, because quite clearly Mercedes very quick in quali trim, because I did see Red Bull say that they've focused on the race here, and I think the race sims supported that.
Yeah,
isn't that correct?
Yeah, they're comfortably quicker than everybody else. As long as Max gets into the lead, he's gonna walk the race. So yeah, and as well on Friday he didn't do that many laps on his long run, but he did it on the soft tire, which is the worst tire really to do a long run on, and was still the quickest. So yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't win the race today. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, yeah. Again, I was so sure after Friday that there was no way they could replicate it, and yeah, it's so great that they could. And yeah, we'll see. As I said a few minutes ago, Zhou Guanyu starting 5th. This is a career-defining race, because if he was to finish there, or even finish 6th, 7th, 8th, beat his teammate, score some really good points for the team. That could really help him massively keep that seat, because Teo Porcher had a bit of a poor feature race earlier where he finished 6th and I think a pit stop gap behind Vesti, who finished in 2nd place. You'll be pleased to hear Jack Doohan dominated the race. Great drive.
Did say that.
Yeah.
I don't reckon 2 Aussies is enough on the grid, to be honest, Chaz. I reckon we should get rid of one of the French faults in that Alpine and get another Aussie in the car. We need 3 Aussies on the grid.
Yeah, it's annoying because
that's a joke, by the way. Just in case the chat's taking me serious, is a joke.
I know you are joking, but it is annoying with Doohan because in the second half of last season, his form was, good enough that Formula One teams, could at least think about the possibility in the future. But really, up until the last couple races, he's not really been anywhere. So it was really great to see him get pole, and then he won the race by, I think, 9 seconds. So
yeah, that's the thing, right? I think F2 is so much more Mickey than what it used to be, which I think makes it a bit tough for the teams and for the fans to get a read on what's really going on in F2.
And as well, Doohan is not racing for, one of the best F2 teams. He's racing for Virtuosi rather than ART or Prema. So that doesn't help either, that he's not racing for that great of a team. When if he was racing for ART, I mean, obviously ART, they've got a really strong driver lineup, Porcher and Martins. But if he was in that ART, maybe it'd be a bit higher in the championship. But yeah, great to see him win the feature race earlier today in such dominant style. But yeah, quickly, I won't ask for a top 5. I'll ask for a top 3 from you. Yeah, what's your top 3 for the race?
I'm going to go with Max in first. I mean, just it's hard to go past him, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Lando in second. I just feel like Lando's actually going to cook this race. So I'm going to go Lando in second, and I'll go Lewis in third. So I'm hoping for no T-word on the first lap or at any stage in the lap, on the race, I should say. And yeah, hopefully Max and Lewis could make it through the first lap safely.
Yeah, let's hope they do, because I mean, it would ruin the race to a degree, because I mean, obviously it'd be great for McLaren because they'd get into first and second, but it would make the fight for the podium less, I would say, competitive if they just took each other out on the first lap. But we'll see what happens. Lots of people have been saying, they're going to crash into each other. I don't think that's going to happen. I think what will probably happen is Max will do something similar to what he did in Spain a couple years ago. He'll just dive bomb Hamilton at turn 1, and Hamilton is quite safe these days with his driving, and he'll probably just duck out of the way. I don't think Hamilton's going to be turning in on him if Max is clearly on the inside or anything. But we'll see, of course, in a few minutes' time, guys. We are just 5.5 minutes away from the formation. Let me just read out some comments, because I've not been able to read out too many comments in the build-up to the race today. Let me just read some of your predictions quickly. Let's see what you guys have to say, or I'll just read out comments in general. Brabamos says Ricciardo's result should hardly be a surprise if you ignore his McLaren history. One good thing, actually, talking about that, he said after qualifying was qualifying yesterday, he said, was the first time where he felt like he could push to the limit since 2020, which was really good to hear. So let's hope.
What was McLaren doing?
No idea. Maybe Lando and Daniel have like the absolute opposite driving styles, like the most polar opposite. I have no idea. It still to this day baffles me why he was so slow. But that is great to hear him, finding that confidence again, because I think people have forgotten, obviously after his McLaren days, have forgotten that Daniel, when he's on form, he can be incredibly quick in whatever car he's in qualifying, not just the race. Let's find some other comments here if I can quick. And of course, I'll finish up the poll in the live chat. Celebrity Olympics says prediction Max Verstappen win the race. Silverback says Max, Lando, Oscar, Perez, Hamilton, Carlos, Charles, Fernando, Zhou, and Bottas. I think that's his top 10. Let's find some other comments quickly in the next minute or so.
Okay, I just do want to butt in because there's one person that we've not mentioned. A certain Sergio Perez. Some people are just not looking at his stinker that he's had. E9?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think, the reason I think it is because we're now expecting it. Because earlier, I mean, even a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone, I don't think people were expecting him to miss out on Q3, or even if he made Q3, be back end of the top 10. I mean, I predicted on Friday, I think him to be 10th. So, I mean, I'm not surprised, but I mean, you are right. He's half a second slower than Max around a track that is quite short. That is an enormous amount of time. Obviously crashed in practice 1. That was embarrassing. His first push lap of the weekend, and he put it in the barriers. And I mean, he had a lot less running on Friday than really he needed to develop some confidence. And obviously, he's not that quick around this track anyway, but yeah, he's performing very poorly at the minute. His performance level right now is one of the lowest on the entire grid. And if this keeps up for really the rest of the season, I don't see what choice Red Bull have really but to replace him for next season, even though I think he does have a contract for next year. But as we know, contracts in Formula 1 mean fuck all. Let me just finish up the poll in the chat before we get into a couple little things before the start of the race. So I asked you guys, who will win today's Hungarian Grand Prix? 274 votes in total, and you guys with 49% of the vote have voted for Max Verstappen. Second, Lewis Hamilton, 40% of the vote. That's quite high, to be honest. I'm surprised by that. Lando Norris third, 5% of the vote, and Piastri fourth, 4% of the vote. Thank you guys for voting. And yeah, let's now get into it quickly. I will just get through the championship standings. Coming into this race, Max Verstappen, 99 points clear of Sergio Perez, with Alonso in third, Hamilton fourth, Sainz fifth, Russell sixth, Leclerc seventh, Stroll eighth, Lando Norris ninth. He should move up the championship today, and Esteban Ocon still, for the moment, completing the top 10. And on the constructor side, Red Bull massively clear in the championship. Mercedes second, got a good gap to Aston Martin behind. You have also got a good gap for now to Ferrari in fourth. McLaren, still officially quite far behind in fifth, but they will close that gap down quickly if they keep up this pace. Alpine sixth, Williams seventh, Haas eighth, Alfa Romeo ninth, AlphaTauri 10th. We'll see if those standings remain the same at the checkered flag. But now let's get into your official starting grid for the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix. So on the front row, it is Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. On the second row, it is an all McLaren second row of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. In P5, highest grid position in his Formula 1 career, Zhou Guanyu for Alfa Romeo, with Charles Leclerc in sixth, looking for his first ever podium in Hungary in Formula 1. On the fourth row, Valtteri Bottas and Fernando Alonso. Alonso won here 20 years ago at just 20 years old. And completing the top 10, the former Force India teammates Sergio Perez and Nico Hülkenberg. And then just outside of the top 10, you've got Carlos Sainz and Esteban Ocon. Then Ricciardo and Stroll in 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th are two ex-Red Bull not teammates, but ex-Red Bull drivers, Pierre Gasly and Alexander Albon. Penultimate row, Yuki Tsunoda, who hopes to be driving for Red Bull one day, and George Russell all the way down for Mercedes in P18. And on the back row, Kevin Magnussen and the American for Williams, Logan Sargent.
Right, I've got some critical information.
Go for it.
All of the drivers are on mediums, apart from Perez and Russell, who are on the hards. And then Sainz, Stroll, Gasly, and Tsunoda are on the softs.
Right. I'm very surprised by that. The soft tyre, as the formation has begun a few seconds ago. Yeah, as you say, Sainz, Stroll, Gasly, Tsunoda on the soft. We did see at Silverstone, the tyres were quite a bit more durable than we expected. But this weekend, it's hotter, and the tyres are quite a bit softer than what we saw at Silverstone. It's the three softest compounds, the C5, C4, and C3 compounds. So I am surprised by the choice of soft tyres, but we will see how they get on. Looking at Friday, the soft tyres looked like they lasted about 6-7 laps before they properly dropped off. So maybe those drivers will be coming in, say, around lap 10-ish, or even lap 12, 13 at the latest for their first pit stop, which would be quite early. And yeah, Perez and Russell clearly going to go deep into this race as the front of the field are just coming up to the penultimate corner. Of course, quite a short lap, so that's why they're motoring on pretty quickly on this formation lap. It's Hamilton leaving a bit of a gap now behind him. And just very quickly going through penultimate corner there. Trying to get a good feel of how the car is. And now backs up again as they're just cruising through the final corner. So yeah, we'll be underway in, 30 to 40 seconds time, something like that. And of course, go on.
I'm expecting a bloody good race today because, a lot of the time we have had a great race around the Hungaroring. It's always delivered as of late.
It has, and as well, with these cars that can follow better, it's not like it used to be where, you're not as affected by, being held up as much. So, should get a very competitive and very intriguing race today. Let's hope it's certainly better than the British Grand Prix a couple weeks ago. I just wanted to say, the tyre data, I will get it on screen as soon as possible, probably by lap 3 or 4 into the race, as Kevin Magnussen and Logan Sargent come around the final corner to line up on the grid. So for the first time since that infamous 2021 season, Hamilton and Verstappen on the same row of the grid. What will happen down to turn 1 is it's 5 lights. And it's go in Hungary. The Zhou Guanyu has had a terrible start. Valtteri Bottas already overtaken him from P7 as Hamilton and Verstappen side by side into turn 1, and Max forces his way up the inside. Piastri looks like he's up to second for McLaren. Brilliant inside line. Piastri now looking to overtake Max for the lead, but he didn't quite get it as Lando goes round the outside of Hamilton and takes P3. What a disaster for Lewis Hamilton, who tries to come back into turn 4, but nothing doing. And I'm pretty sure that is Piastri in second place, as Hamilton's not given up. He's going to try into the turn 6-7 chicane, but the car's too wide really to overtake through there.
Oh,
but Zhou Guanyu,
sure is.
I'm pretty sure Zhou Guanyu had a very poor start there. He looked like he went into anti-stall off the start. As Verstappen now coming through into the final sector, Piastri sticking very close to him as they come to the end of this first lap. Perez looks like he's had a decent first lap. And yeah, let me now just quickly get on the screen that it's lap 2 and get the order correct. So it is Max Verstappen who is leading from Piastri 2nd, Norris 3rd, Hamilton 4th, and then Carlos Sainz. Wow, what a start. He's up to 6th place in the Ferrari. That is incredible on that soft compound tyre. So Carlos Sainz up to P6. Side by side, Zhou and Albon. That's how far Zhou has dropped. He's down in 15th. He's dropped 10 places after that shocker of a start. And he's actually now dropped behind the Williams. And I said, and Bottas has dropped down massively as well. He's down to P12. Alfa Romeo's race has imploded after just one lap. Fernando Alonso is up to P7 as Gasly comes in with a right rear puncture. And Ocon is in 19th, and he looks like he has some issue with his car as well. As Gasly, too much damage to his car, and they're going to retire his car. But Ocon looks like he's got damage as well. Maybe the two Alpines collided with one another. We'll have to see. But it's Alonso P7, Perez in 8th, and then Hulkenberg 9th, Stroll 10th. So the soft tyre runners really having a brilliant first lap there, as we're now on lap 3. Out of 70, Sainz right on the tail of Leclerc. Will he go for a move down into turn 1? And he puts his car up the inside, but he's not really putting it in a position to overtake. But yeah, so that is your top 10. And then it is Tsunoda in P11 with Bottas up to 12th. Russell is up to 13th. And Ocon in the pits as well. To Alpine, their race weekend has completely imploded, just like Alfa Romeo's really. And Ocon out as well. I'm guessing they must have collided with each other.
And Mr. Ricciardo was caught up in the French faults.
Yeah.
Collision.
Ricciardo's now the last man running in 18th place. And here is a replay of the start. I'll let you take us through it, Nibble, once you get to it.
Yeah, as we get to it. But I just want to talk about Piastri. Piastri using all of his F2 experience of witnessing kamikaze moves in front of him. So he just took the tightest line possible into turn 1 and was just easily able to scoot up the inside of Hamilton and move into P2. So, yeah, that was a Mark Webber start by Zhou Guanyu. That was outrageous. But, yeah, that was a poor... Certainly thought Hamilton was going to be doing a little bit better off the start there. Max did a great job to position, to push him out wide, and that caught out Lando. As I actually missed the move, what happened at the back there. But, yeah, Zhou literally went into well, he didn't go into anti-stall, but it almost looked like he had no revs. Like, what on earth was that? That was very weird to see an F1 driver do that nowadays. But, so not only has he had a stinker of a start, he's then ran into the back of Ricciardo, who's pushed him into the back of the Alpines. Oh, dear.
Yeah, just seeing that replay. And yeah, Zhou pushed Ricciardo into... then Ricciardo pushed Ocon into Gasly. It's such a shame for Gasly, because he had a monstrous start. And yeah, the rear wing there broke. I think both rear wings broken for the Alpine. So yeah, Zhou will probably he should get a penalty for that, because he clearly caused a collision. I'd be surprised if he didn't get a penalty. As is a replay of Ocon. And yeah, clearly felt the tap, got the oversteer, hit Gasly, and car was broken. Such a shame for Alpine, especially Gasly, because he was flying around the outside, looking great. And yeah, Zhou he's ruined his race. He's also ruined 3 other drivers. So surely a 5-second time penalty is imminent for the Chinese driver, as the field is still in the same order as it was when they last were shown the order. It's Max Verstappen, 1.8 seconds clear of Piastri. and has done the fastest lap of 124.7. Let me just update who is on what compound. So the top 5 are on the soft tyres. Let me just show it now, and then I'll just update it as we go along. So, of course, Ocon and Gasly are out of the race, as we're just looking at here. Perez in 8th, stuck behind the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. And let me just do the tyres. So, yeah, Ricciardo, we've got on the medium, Sargent on the medium, Zhou on the medium, Albon on the medium, Magnussen on the medium. And then Russell is on the hards, Bottas on the medium, and then Stroll and Tsunoda are on soft compound tyres. And then you've got Hülkenberg on the medium, Perez on the hard, and then Carlos Sainz on the soft. So that's all the tyres and who is on what compound right now. And the positions are still the same on lap 6 out of 70.
This is a good tweet that I've just seen on F1 Twitter. Verstappen hasn't had a good start since 1997, but the second his opponent is Hamilton again, he's a rocket.
Yeah, he does not. Every time he has Hamilton alongside him on the grid, he just has to dive bomb him into turn 1, as we've seen so many times. As Alonso, as well as we've seen, Aston Martin haven't got any pace, and it's really been illustrated here. He's got a train of cars behind him. Perez, Hülkenberg, Stroll, Tsunoda, Bottas, Russell, Magnussen, Albon. He's got the entire field behind him. If you look at the tower order, basically the entire field in a complete train behind Fernando Alonso. Perez, though, looking to break the train. He's not close enough into turn 1, but yeah, this is really costing the drivers behind, especially Perez and Russell, their races, because Alonso is pretty slow right now. We know Fernando from the last year or so. He doesn't mind being at the front of a train, and he will go at the speed that he wants, as he's 2.5 seconds behind Sainz in 6th. Max Verstappen on lap 7 is 2 seconds clear. Now 2.2 clear of Piastri. Norris, 2.5 back. Hamilton, 2.5 back from Norris. Leclerc, 2.5 back from Hamilton. Sainz, 2.5 back. So yeah, pretty clear gaps through top 6. So really, the fight right now is, everyone behind Fernando Alonso. As Perez into turn 12 tries to get closer. And Fernando, of course, is an artist behind the wheel, so he knows exactly what to do to keep the cars behind, make sure to obviously not spin up the wheels too much. And when it comes to managing tyres, Fernando, one of the best in the field. As we're on now lap 8, and Max Verstappen has done a new fastest lap, as here comes Perez down the inside at turn 1, and Fernando thinks about coming back on the exit, but nothing doing. So Perez, vitally for him, is up to 7th place. And I will just update that he's actually on the hard tyre, not the medium. So that's great for Perez. And given that Sainz is starting to slightly struggle on those soft tyres, Perez on the much better race compound, Perez, I think, has got a good chance now to really push after those Ferraris. And Perez looking in a lot better position than I thought he would, to be honest.
I'm sorry, we talked about this at the previous race, but Zhou Guanyu has ruined 3 drivers' race and has gotten a 5-second time penalty for it.
I know it is something that needs to be looked at. It's because we've seen it before with, when Russell took Sainz out in America last year, eliminated him from the race, but only got a 5-second penalty. It just doesn't fit, like we've said before. It doesn't fit the crime. As Max Verstappen now 2.5 clear of Piastri on lap 9, as Alex Albon pitting very early in the Williams. Obviously, Williams slow car, so they're trying anything they can try and fight with the rest of the field. Yeah, it doesn't that penalty just doesn't fit what he did, because he's really taken 3 drivers out of play. One of them still in the race, but has a lot of work to do now to get anything really of a good result, and eliminated obviously both Alpines. I'm sure his team that he actually was a part of as a reserve driver will be pleased about that. As right, so Albon has pitted and is now down to 18th, and Albon is on the hard tyre now, so clearly after seeing the hard tyre working for Perez, Williams gonna go for it. As we are now on, I believe, lap 10, yep, and Max Verstappen, new fastest lap, as he's just building the gap, really, to keep himself safe for the rest of the race once we get to the first round of pit stops, as he's now 3 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. Oh, look at that, 3 cars coming into the pit lane. Stroll, Tsunoda and Bottas, really early pit stops. I did not think we'd be getting pit stops this early into the race, but here we go. Pit stop race between Aston Martin, AlphaTauri and Alfa Romeo, the 3As, as Stroll didn't quite see what compound. I think it was a hard compound, I think he went on to.
I'll be able to tell you.
Bottas, I can see, is on the hard. And Tsunoda, I assume, on the hard as well, as Bottas just comes out ahead of Albon in the Williams. So, yeah, Tsunoda on the hard. Yeah, they're all on the hard. So
all on the hard, yeah.
Let me just update that quickly. So Tsunoda down to 18th, and of course that should trigger the pit stop phase, really. Bottas in 16th, and for Stroll, he is 15th, and the bottom 4 now on the hard compound tyre. And let me just do that. There you go. So we'll see if the others in the midfield are going to react, as it is now lap 11. And Tsunoda actually lost position to Bottas, and it was because of a slow pit stop, and it was because of a slow removal of the front left tyre. And we've had Zhou now coming into the pits to react to that. And Zhou obviously serving a 5-second penalty. Well, I hope he has, because it's a 9.7 second stop, so that means he didn't serve all of it. Unless have they actually given the penalty already for Zhou? Or not? I'm not sure.
I assume he's going to have served it in the pit stop, because his pit stop was in 9.7 seconds. So,
yeah. I'm just surprised it was 9.7 seconds actually, because I mean, not just serving the penalty, but a slow pit stop as well. Alfa Romeo, what a disaster for them. Zhou now down to 18th, and Stroll now up to 14th place. And right, let me just update who is on what compound, because there's a couple bits that are wrong. Russell is on the hard, and Magnussen on the medium. Lap 12 out of 70. I got to say, Haas F1 are looking pretty good. Hulkenberg in the top 10. He was right behind Alonso a couple laps ago. Couple seconds clear of Russell, and Haas 9th and 11th. And to be honest, staying out longer, I think, is probably going to work out better for Haas. Because normally Haas have to pit early because they burn their tyres out too quickly. So that's probably going to work out well for Haas if they can just stick out there for another few laps. As Valtteri Bottas, just to show the importance of fresh tyres, Valtteri Bottas has done the fastest lap of the race. As Max Verstappen out front. 4.5 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. Piastri, I think 2 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Something like that. And then Lando about 2.5 clear of Hamilton. So McLaren are in a comfortable 2nd and 3rd. And they're not under any threat at all at the minute.
At the moment, yeah. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, long way to go. We're not even 25% through the race yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, who knows? Could have a Mickey safety car. Yeah.
Yeah. As Sergio Perez here now starting to close in on Carlos Sainz. He's been taking out a couple tenths per lap on average, it looks like. And, yeah, I mean, the gamble for Ferrari of starting Carlos on the soft tyre, it's worked because it's got him up to 6th place, which is really great, as now Zhou Guanyu does the fastest lap of the race. But now comes the pain of starting on the soft tyre, as McLaren telling Piastri we're looking for maximum pace to target lap, and Oscar saying copy. So tells me they want him to push for the next few laps because they're probably going to come in a few laps. As I'd imagine they'd be wanting to pit between lap, I don't know, 18 and 22, something like that. That'd be a good time to pit. As Oscar begins his 14th lap and is now just over 5 seconds behind Max Verstappen. And once again, just like we saw at Silverstone, McLaren, slower than Red Bull, but clearly quicker than Mercedes and Ferrari in race pace terms, and comfortable on pace. So, if it comes down to performance, McLaren are going to win that battle between them, Mercedes, and Ferrari. As Logan Sargent pits from 12th place. Good for Logan to go a bit longer into the race. Obviously, will help him later with fresher tyres. Oh, well, that's not going to help. Long pit stop. Very poor pit stop so far in this Grand Prix. 4.5 seconds, and that drops him now to the very back. So that's cost him track position over Zhou Guanyu, who currently has the fastest lap of the race. So let me just update that. Sargent down to 18th. And everyone from 13th down is on the hard compound tyre, which is proving to be the tyre of choice. As Max Verstappen begins lap 15. And he's pulled out on that lap, I think, close to, or if not a second, on Oscar Piastri. And he's really, Red Bull are as well, really starting to stretch their legs now and show their true performance. As here is Perez on the back of Sainz, and as I look to the inside, Sainz kind of covers it off. Perez tries to get the better exit from turn 1, but he can't. As Kevin Magnussen now pits. Yeah, Perez, I think, inevitably is going to get this move done. If Sainz says, if I see Checo is going to pass me, I'll box, but not yet. And then Ferrari respond, good call. Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? Isn't Ferrari supposed to tell Sainz that? That makes no sense.
Oh, dear. We're going back to the Sebastian Vettel days where Vettel would run the team strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that just sums them up still. Oh, dear. As Magnussen, if you're wondering, is now down to 17th. And is, on the hard tyre. I'd imagine Hulkenberg will probably pit in maybe this lap. as Carlos Sainz is now told to box, as they've clearly seen. But, and Sainz obviously has seen. But he's going to be overtaken by Perez if he stays out. So here comes. Carlos Sainz locks up in the entry to the pit lane. And he's going to go for a set of hard tyres. And that will, well, it should give him a big boost as an undercut for the next few laps. We will see. Depends really on the traffic he has. Can he get out ahead of Stroll? He does. That's vital because now he drops into quite a big gap in between Ricciardo and Stroll. So that is vital for Carlos Sainz. So now he's got a big bit of clean air to push hard and possibly come back more towards his teammate later in this race. So Carlos Sainz now on the hard compound tyre. Then Ricciardo on the medium. Russell on the hard. Alonso on the medium. And of course Perez is on the hard. So nobody on the soft tyre now. As here comes Lewis Hamilton, lap 17. And, well, I'm not sure. As long as McLaren respond properly to this pit stop, not sure this is really going to do anything. Pitting on this lap for Mercedes. Great pit stop. Well, not the greatest pit stop, 2.8, but still a good one. As Hülkenberg pits as well. Let me just update that it is lap 17. And let's just see where Hamilton and Hülkenberg come out. Hamilton vitally comes out ahead of Ricciardo and now has about a 5-second gap in front of him of clean air. So McLaren will now have to respond because really that is their race, is just covering off Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez behind them. So
I love how Max has just absolutely wandered off in the last 5 laps.
Yeah, he is. He's in a different race at the minute. He's, yeah, miles clear of the rest of the field. Now 8.1 clear of Piastri as Lando Norris now pits for McLaren. And, well, here he comes. Let me just update quickly that Hülkenberg is down to P15. How's the pit stop for Lando? Yeah, it's half a second quicker than Hamilton, so it'll be a fine pit stop. Oh, Ferrari, no! Terrible stop. They can't get the hard tyre on the left rear on. They've got it on now, and he's been released, but a 9.4 second stop. That's going to drop him behind Stroll and behind Bottas, is it? Maybe? No, he should keep it. As now Piastri boxes and Leclerc side by side with Bottas now as they head down to turn 2. And Leclerc keeps it, so that is a disaster for Leclerc. And he's now behind his teammate. Does have fresher tyres, but that is still a disaster. As Piastri now told to box. But let me just update the Hülkenberg is in 15th. Leclerc now down to 11th. And Lewis Hamilton is in 7th place now. As Max Verstappen has just begun. Lap 19 out of 70. And here comes Piastri. And pit stop, absolutely perfect. That was like clockwork. And 2-second pit stop. That is, yeah, that's as good as it gets. And vitally for Oscar, does it keep him ahead of Norris? No! Lando goes round the outside and takes what is a net 2nd place. So Norris now ahead of Piastri. And I was thinking, Nib, I didn't want to say it until really I saw it, but why did they pit the second McLaren car?
Yep. Yeah, it literally crossed my mind when I saw Lando pitting first, but yeah,
because normally McLaren, even back in the day, they would pit whoever was ahead.
It's what every team does.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Red Bull would do it even with Weber. Like, yeah,
yeah.
Oh
well, if Oscar is, disappointed after the race, he has every right to be, because that's just not fair to me. Piastri was legitimately ahead and quicker than Lando in that first stint. So that is, really a shame. As we're on lap 20, I will update who's on what tyre, but I can tell you, currently, everyone is on the hard tyre except for Verstappen and Alonso. So it's currently, on lap 20, Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, Norris, Piastri, Russell, Hamilton, Sainz is up to 8th. Ricciardo is pitted. I haven't seen where he's come out. He's 18th now. Should have a bit fresher tyres to try and fight back through the field as Leclerc tries to dive bomb Stroll. Gets closer to Stroll, but can he actually get the move done into turn 2? Well, Stroll just lets him go. So, yeah, Leclerc is going to get the position. So Leclerc is now up to 9th place. So Stroll 10th, and then Bottas 11th, Albon 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Hülkenberg 14th. Hülkenberg has lost a lot of positions, but he's on much fresher tyres. So if you're a Haas fan, don't panic just yet. And then Magnussen 16th, Sargent 17th, and Ricciardo in P18.
All right, we've got a good tweet here by Guido Vandergaard. I'm sure a few of you will remember in the chat about good old Guido. It was him replying to a tweet about a 5-second penalty for Zhou Guanyu, and he quote tweeted saying, "which is the same as his reaction time at the start."
Yeah,
very, very good, Guido.
Absolutely. Was a shocker, really, from Zhou, and it's just crumbled from then, as he's now 10 places below where he started. As Fernando Alonso pits, not a great pit stop, 3.5 seconds, but got a bit longer with his tyres there. Now he will come out behind, will he? Yeah, behind Valtteri Bottas in P11, but he's on a bit more fresher tyres now, so maybe we'll see a bit more of a fight back, Fernando, in this Grand Prix. So he's in P11, and we are now on we're still on lap 21, but we're about to be on lap 22, as Piastri's asking, what do you want me to do here? McLaren saying, for the moment, look after the tyre. Priority is target lap. We want to get to plan A, target lap. Now, I know people will say, well, Lando is, McLaren's boy. I mean, I think we know that. But we're under the impression, and I'm sure Oscar is, that they're equal drivers in that team. So I just don't understand why. In terms of, there's just no good reason to pit Lando before Oscar.
I mean, there was the threat of Hamilton, but I mean, even then, most teams will give priority to the driver who's the first driver on the track. But oh well.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, Hamilton did pit, obviously, a lap before Lando did. If Lando had stayed out another lap, I don't know if Lando for sure would have lost the position. As Alonso just passing Bottas there, exit of turn 1, just to let you guys know. So Alonso back into the points. Maybe he can go after those Ferraris who are on a bit older compounds compared to him. Here's the move, and it's the classic, the switchback, and it's been performed to perfection as he gets past Valtteri for P10. Yeah, I don't think it was a guarantee that Lando would have come out behind Hamilton, because he was about 3.5 seconds ahead of Hamilton when Lewis pitted. So, yeah. It's just a shame. It really is a shame for Oscar. But, I mean, from a team perspective, second and third is second and third, no matter which way you draw it. But Oscar's... from Oscar's point of view, it's not great doing something like that. As Max Verstappen currently out there on his own on lap 23, 23 seconds clear of Sergio Perez. Both Red Bulls are the only two cars not to pit. Well, Max doesn't have to pit. He doesn't have to pit for another probably 3 or 4 laps. And he'll still maintain track position, but they've decided Red Bull, they're going to pit now as he comes in. Yeah, Verstappen brutally dominating this race as he begins lap 24. There'll be a set of hard tyres that go on, and he's released. Great pit stop, 2.3 seconds, and he's back out there. And he's probably going to hold on to the lead, as Perez is, just a bit further behind. As I think you only need about 20 seconds to pit and maintain position. So Verstappen pits and is still in the lead. And, of course, if Max wins this race, that'd be 7 wins in a row. As Aston Martin telling Fernando, Lance is 2.4 seconds behind. I couldn't see the rest. Something about DRS. Presumably, they want Fernando to get on with it and get past Lance. But with Max Verstappen, of course, he's breaking so many records. If he was to win today, then that would be 9 wins in 11 races this season. But not only that, he would have won, since the start of 2022, 24 out of 33 races, I think, or something like that, since the start of 2022. That is incredible numbers by Max Verstappen. But of course, not even halfway through the race, you never know what can happen. We've seen crazy things here before. Go on.
I remember tweeting at this, I think, I was halfway through the 2021 season. Like, I've not seen a driver as one with a car since Vettel back at Red Bull. And I mean, the stats are certainly backing up what I saw with Verstappen early in 2021 nowadays. I mean, it's the level of consistency every single weekend, every single lap is just absurd, really.
Yeah, I mean,
he is nearly at the level of like sim driving perfection as an F1 driver. I think what the perfect example of something close to that was his Monaco final sector.
Yeah,
as Perez comes out between the McLarens with Leclerc actually pretty close behind. But yeah, I mean, pretty ridiculous driver is Max.
Yeah. I would say at the minute he's driving at and I know obviously the Red Bull car is the best car, but he is driving like Lewis was 3 or 4 years ago, like Michael Schumacher was in the mid 2000s, like Senna was in his prime. That is the level we are seeing from him at the minute. Even if you have an equal car to him, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to beat him. Because, we saw in 2021, a lot of the time had an equal car to the Mercedes, and still, he had that run, didn't he, of first, second, like constantly finishing in the top 2 for so many races. As we just saw a replay of George Russell letting Lewis Hamilton through at turn 2. Sergio Perez, has rejoined in P7 on the medium compound tyre. As it's now lap 26, Max Verstappen, 5.2 seconds clear, but he's pitted a lot later than the McLarens. So he has all the advantages necessary. And I've got to say, if you look at the gaps at the minute, Nib, McLaren, look how far clear they are of Mercedes and Ferrari. Lando...
since the pit stop.
Lando's nearly 15 seconds clear of Hamilton. Hamilton was only 3.3 behind when they pitted. So McLaren have just decided to turn it on and are flying at the minute. And if McLaren pitted Lando now, he would rejoin pretty much where Perez is. So that just shows you where, Ferrari, how far behind they are compared to McLaren at the minute. There's 27 laps and then nearly, or pretty much, 20 seconds behind. And that's going to keep growing as we're on lap 27. And here we go, side by side. Perez and Sainz at turn 1. Perez muscles Carlos out of the way. And he gets the position. And certainly, like he did in Austria, Perez intimidating his way past Carlos Sainz. As his next victim will be George Russell, who hasn't pitted yet. I actually forgot that Russell, to be fair, no disrespect, I forgot he existed because he's not done anything in this race.
Has he been even shown? They didn't even show when Hamilton went past him just before.
Yeah, they barely... I think they showed a slow-mo onboard of him passing Russell, or of Russell letting him through. But other than that, I don't think... and I'm guessing the commentators, they've probably not even mentioned him once. But he is up in P5. He hasn't pitted yet. In terms of extending the stint, he is doing a good job. But his race is not really going to properly play out until 20 to 25 laps from now. As Perez up to 6th, and of course on the medium. And Perez is about to, I think, overtake George Russell for 5th. No, he actually doesn't. Into turn 1, Russell stays ahead, which is critical for his race, as now the Ferraris are very close to one another. As Perez is going to dive bomb up the inside of turn 2. Russell going to try and keep it, but Perez has got the better grip. Russell, though, kept his foot in it up the inside, and I thought that was going to be contact, and thankfully it wasn't. Perez is up to 5th. So, and the Ferraris look like they're going to be getting racing very soon. So Perez on the medium. Of course, Russell on the hard. And Perez, the only driver in the entire field, is not on the hard compound tyre. Of course, Russell, you'd have to imagine, will be pitting for a set of mediums when he finally comes in, whenever that is. As good racing. Russell, I think Russell actually did just make contact with Perez, but thankfully it wasn't enough to cause serious contact, as Russell now comes into the pits on lap 29. So, we'll see what tyres officially he goes on to. As the Ferrari's up to 6th and 7th. And looks like a set of mediums, and it is a set of mediums, as Alonso passes Stroll. Alonso's up to 8th now. Stroll in 9th. Stroll also, although Stroll has pitted, but he pitted quite early, as Russell comes out in 14th place. But he is on much fresher tyres now, so he will very quickly get himself up the field. 14th for Russell. Let me just update that. There you go.
I'll just be back in a couple of moments.
No problem. as we're on now lap 30. Still got 40 laps to go. I will admit, it's not been the greatest race so far, but don't go anywhere just yet, because this race definitely is not over. There is still quite a bit to be decided. And that's just a replay. I just saw the end of the replay of Alonso passing Stroll at the first corner. As now Russell going to try and pass Hulkenberg. I'm surprised Hulkenberg hasn't really got after the cars ahead, considering he pitted a lot later than Tsunoda, Albon, Bottas, Stroll. So not great pace from the Haas. As now George Russell, and Hulkenberg's not even going to defend. Russell up the inside, and he's up to 13th. There's Max Verstappen out front, by the way, 7 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Max is just managing things out front. He doesn't need to push. If he did push, he'd probably be going at least a second a lap quicker, if not a second and a half, probably quicker than the rest. As now, yeah, lap 31. But
feels like we've been a lot it feels like we've been here a lot longer than 31 laps.
Yeah, it feels like it feels like we're coming to the end of the race, but we're not even halfway through.
Well, I've gone and got some ice cream. That's why I actually went away. I went and got some ice cream and some more Pepsis.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I need something to get me through this.
Yeah. As Ricciardo, I've just noticed, has pitted again. He's now on mediums. So we'll see what that does for his race, as Perez was just told to just reel them in. As that is Russell passing Tsunoda at turn 1, as he's making his way up the field on those much fresher medium tyres. So Russell up to P12. Perez about 4 seconds, I think, behind Lewis Hamilton. So, yeah, Hamilton, I mean, he's a great driver, of course we know that, but given how quick Red Bull look, it's going to be tough for him to hold on to 4th place. As just a replay of Russell doing to Tsunoda what Leclerc did to him when fighting for the lead last year. How times change for Russell. Was on pole for this race last year, finished in 3rd, had a great race. But, yeah, he's not really heading for that many points today. As we're on lap 32. Max has just been asked initial thoughts on the compound. Max saying, so far the grip is not bad, but the tyre feels definitely a bit more easier to, and I couldn't see the rest. So, to be honest, it sounds like he's got his feet up out front. As Alex Albon is pitting for the 2nd time. Of course, he pitted very early, did Albon. I think he was the earliest to pit. So this is not a massive surprise. And it's a new set of hard tyres.
Max did say it's a bit easier to have a moment or whatever. So, basically, he's chilling.
Yeah. As Albon is in 17th place. Now, on the hards, and that now promotes George Russell up to P11, and he's about to overtake. Man, he replaced at Mercedes-Benz as Max Verstappen. It's about 9 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri is about nearly 6 seconds behind Lando now. Just, I think the McLaren's now just, I mean, they are still amazingly quicker than the Mercedes, Ferrari, Aston Martin teams, but also looking to eke out their tyres as George Russell does the fastest lap, a 1:23.0. And certainly for Aston Martin and Ferrari, that's something to look at. As I reckon Russell is probably going to be pretty close to those drivers. At the end on fresher tyres, Russell, I would imagine, will pit for a second time. I'd be very surprised if he got to the end on those tyres. But yeah, at the minute, Lando 9.5 seconds behind Verstappen. But Lando, compared to Hamilton in 4th place, just to illustrate how quick McLaren have been since the pit stops, Lando is about 13.5 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. The gap has actually come down between the two, but I think that's more so because McLaren are probably managing their car a bit more. As Aston Martin telling Alonso, you're 2 thousandths quicker, I think, than the Ferrari. And Fernando saying, yep, let's put some pressure on. Fernando is quite far behind, though, the two Ferraris, about just under 7 seconds behind. So, going to take something very special to beat those Ferraris today.
2/10, not 2/10, not 2 thousandths.
Oh,
that
right.
would be that'd be quite a Ferrari-like radio message.
Yeah, as I will admit, it did sound wrong when I was saying it, so I was guessing that I was probably wrong with that. As he's got a lot of work to do, Fernando, in P8. As we're looking at Lando Norris, who's about to begin lap 35 of 70, the official halfway point of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Just want to say quickly, before we move on to the second half of this race, guys, if you are new to the channel, don't forget, of course, to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you do it right there. Of course, next weekend at Spa is a sprint weekend, so I'll be doing a qualifying, watch-along, sprint race watch-along, and race watch-along. And for everyone right now watching, make sure to smash the like button if you haven't already. We're currently on 70 likes. Let's try and get up to as close to, if not 100 likes by the end of this stream. Yeah, let's try and get up to that if we can. But
how are we only halfway through this race, Chaz?
This is a painful exercise.
Well, I think we can start change. Oh, we got an overtake here.
Yeah, Russell down the inside of Bottas, and obviously Valtteri not defending. And to be honest, this race has been that boring. I'm not sure if this is more or less painful than my operation yesterday. Because
well, I tell you what's go on.
It just feels like we're just stuck in hell, really, with this race, because there's just nothing happening. It's just glorified practice session at the minute.
Yeah. Well, we'll change the subject a little bit. I think we'll talk a little bit more about our interests. As you know, there was an ATP final today between Casper Ruud and Andrei Rublev.
Yeah.
And Andrei Rublev dished out a bagel in the final in the second set to win in straight sets. So
yeah,
that's fantastic.
Great. Yeah, I think he's I don't think yet, but I think if he does well next week at Hamburg, he's playing, then could get a career high ranking, which would be great.
Yep.
As right, so Lance Stroll has pitted a lap or so ago. Now down to 15th, and he's about to overtake Kevin Magnussen for 14th place. So let me just update that. Lance Stroll round the outside, turn 1, and Lance is up the P14. Logan Sargent has pitted. He's down to 18th. Ricciardo is up to 17th. Let me check if there's anything else. No, that's about it. Yeah. There's just nothing happening in this race. All the cars are massively far apart. The only thing we're really looking out for is the drivers on fresher tyres. A couple of them obviously on softer tyres as well, such as Russell. Perez now, only a second and a half behind Hamilton. That's really what we're looking out for, because the rest of the field, there's just massive gaps between them. Yeah, and it's what, lap 37 out of 70, and Max Verstappen is now, Max really is going quickly now. He's now pulled the gap up to 13 seconds over Lando Norris, and is about a pit stops gap ahead of Piastri. It's very tight though, but he will probably in the next lap or so be able to rejoin in second if he was to pit now. Obviously he's not going to. He's on lap 38. But Lewis Hamilton on lap 38 is... Hamilton is what? Half a minute off the lead after 38 laps. Just shows you that in this race, Mercedes are nowhere near Red Bull. And there is still a lot of work to do if actually he's not 30 seconds behind, it's more like 25 seconds. But still, there's a lot of work to do if Mercedes are going to get anywhere near Red Bull.
Well, there might be a reason for why Mercedes' pace has dropped off so dramatically after the first pit stop. Is Hamilton's being told to lift and coast to manage temperatures. So
right,
that perhaps could be a little bit of an explanation, because I mean, there's no real good reason for the amount of drop off after the pit stops, really.
Yeah. As I've just seen here, McLaren message. What McLaren? They're asking Lando, "What are your thoughts on Plan A versus Plan C?" Lando saying it depends what everybody else does. I think, and then there's a longer bit after that, but I didn't quite get to it. But he is right. It does depend on what everybody else does. Plan C, I presume, is a one-stop strategy. I would be very surprised if they took Lando to the end of the race, as that
he said the tyres are not bad, but they're not like great.
Yeah. Most likely they'll pit him again in like 15 laps probably at most, just to make sure. I mean, they've got the pace. Even if Hamilton stays out and Perez stays out, they've got the pace to overtake him. As that was Albon, just a replay of him passing Magnussen for 15th place, as we're on lap 39 out of 70. And pull this picture down a bit. Yeah, let me just go through some of the gaps. So Max Verstappen now 15 seconds clear of Norris. Brutal pace. I literally said, what, like a couple minutes ago it was 13 seconds. Now it's 15 seconds. Hamilton in the Mercedes as Joe pits. Hamilton is actually gaining on Oscar. He's now brought the gap down to 3.5 seconds, but Hamilton is about 25, 26 seconds off after 40 laps. And then Ferrari they're in the midfield, Ferrari. They're 13.5 seconds behind Perez, who is now within a second of Hamilton. So they're losing Ferrari, on average, obviously, during this race, about a second per lap. That's just how far Ferrari are off the pace. Of course, this isn't a great track for Ferrari, but yeah, their pace pretty horrendous. And obviously, Aston Martin, their pace not much better. As Zhou is now down to 18th. Hülkenberg has pitted. He's now down to 16th. So let me just update that. So Zhou 18th and Hülkenberg in 16th. And the rest of the field is as is. Let me just update that Russell is obviously the one on the mediums, not Bottas. And Ricciardo is on the medium. Hulkenberg, Sargent, and Joe. Pretty sure, yep, on the hard. So the only drivers on the hard tyre, Perez, Russell, and Ricciardo. As Ricciardo has just overtaken Kevin Magnussen for 14th place.
When you said that, Chaz, for me, he was 9/10 behind.
Yeah. Magnussen, I think, must be just doing a really long middle stint because his pace is extremely bad. As I think Ricciardo and Magnussen, I think they're already a lap down and they're not too far ahead of this battle now for 4th and 5th in Lewis Hamilton and Sergio Perez. Perez a bit closer this time, but not close enough to actually go for a move. But yeah, Ricciardo is now up to 14th. And, well, obviously with Ricciardo, it's impossible to judge how he's done in this race because he was obviously knocked down the order at the start. It's disappointing what happened to him, really, because he had a decent start, and Tsunoda, as Bottas pits, is now into the top 10. I don't think Tsunoda is going to score points because Stroll on much fresher tyres is not too far behind. But it just shows you AlphaTauri have got a pretty decent race pace out there. It's just a shame what happened to Ricciardo on the first lap. So, yeah, positive signs for them.
Yeah, once they've pitted Daniel back onto the medium, and they got him out of the dirty air of Sargent. I mean, the pace has been much, much better. So, yeah, this has been at least good to see after his pit stop.
As Sergio Perez exited turn 1, gets a great run on Hamilton. Hamilton had to defend. Perez now round the outside. And I don't think he's got the confidence to send that. And no, Hamilton keeps the position. Perez, he's gonna have to go for a bit more of a bolder move if he's gonna get this move for 4th place done. Because Hamilton, who is still gaining on Piastri for 3rd place, the gap's now down to 2.7 seconds. And Mercedes' pace is improving. Maybe he's not lifting and coasting as much now. Yeah, Hamilton obviously not going to be wanting to let Perez through. As Bottas has come out in 13th place. And yeah, you got now Tsunoda up to P10, but Tsunoda has not pitted yet for the 2nd time, which you would imagine he will at some point, as we've got about 28 laps to go here in Hungary. And Perez pits, so that's what Red Bull are going to do. As Piastri, it looks like, yeah, it is. Piastri pitting as well. And Piastri probably pitting really to cover off Perez. As Oscar going to go for the medium compound. Clearly the medium out there working well. Not the best pit stop, 2.8, but nothing terrible. Sergio Perez, wow, what a pit stop by Red Bull, 1.9 seconds. That is incredible. Yeah, 1.9 seconds. And he's only looking visually, he looks about, yeah, he's now about 1.8 seconds behind Piastri. So Hamilton really is screwed because Perez obviously will jump him with the undercut. So Hamilton up to 3rd. Sainz and Leclerc have gone up to 4th and 5th. And then Piastri and Perez 6th and 7th as Lance Stroll dives down the inside of Yuki Tsunoda at turn 1. And Stroll is into the points. Of course, Stroll, he's pitted twice. His teammate Alonso has only pitted once. So Alonso and Stroll will be fighting each other in the last 20 laps or so, as Charles Leclerc has been told to box. So clearly, after what happened to Leclerc with the botched pit stop, they're now going to box him to overtake Sainz. which I'm sure Carlos will love, as Leclerc enters the pit lane. Piastri was right on his gearbox when he came in. And Leclerc now in, presumably. Will it be for a set of mediums? No, it's a set of hard tyres. 2.2 second stop. As Alonso pits, all the front runners now starting to make their final pit stop. As Piastri's up to 5th, Perez up to 6th. Alonso, that didn't look the greatest stop. 3.3 seconds, not terrible, but yeah. Russell now up to 7th. Leclerc has come out in 8th. And Alonso is now in 9th. And I think Alonso might actually be a lap down now, because Max has only just started lap 45 in the last 20 seconds or so. So I think the Aston Martins might now be a lap down, as Lando Norris comes in. Hamilton, interestingly, we'll see in a moment whether he pits, but has stayed out a bit longer than we expected. But Lando made his pit stop for a set of mediums. Hamilton stays out. So Mercedes trying something different. So Hamilton up to 2nd. Norris rejoins comfortably in 3rd place as Carlos Sainz pits. And Perez has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.9. That is a very good time, considering he's in the dirty air of Piastri ahead. And Sainz also going on to a set of hard tyres. And Leclerc does jump him. And really, let's be honest, that is justice for Leclerc, because he was quite far ahead of Sainz. The only reason he was behind him was because Leclerc had I think it was a 9.5 second pit stop. And yeah, left rear of Alonso didn't quite come off, but eventually it did. As Alonso has rejoined just ahead of his teammate in P9. And Aston Martin not looking too happy with that. But yeah, we're now on lap 46. Max Verstappen leading from Lewis Hamilton 2nd. Both of them have only pitted once. And Max is 32 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. And almost 40 seconds clear. In fact, I think he is about 40 seconds clear of Norris. Of course, Lando has pitted an extra time, so it's not a completely fair gap. As Piastri briefly did the fastest lap, but Perez just about beats it. And this is going to be tough for Oscar to keep Checo behind, as, oh dear, Charles Leclerc noted for speeding in the pit lane. Every race for him is just a disaster, isn't it? There's always something going wrong. That is just so... Oh, just so stupid.
Bro, remember when they did this, when, what race was it? Like, it would have been a couple of years back now, when they got done for speeding in the pit lane, like on the second last lap.
Oh no, that was Spa last year. Yeah, they pitted Leclerc for to do the fastest lap, and then instead of doing the fastest lap, he got overtook by, I think he overtook Alonso on the last lap, and that cost him getting the fastest lap, and then he got given a 3-second penalty for speeding,
yeah.
And he finished 7th or 8th. I can't remember where it was. Yeah.
I mean, it's the most Ferrari race since that race last year.
Yeah, it's been a very poor day for them. They're alarmingly far off the pace, and aren't helping themselves. As Perez, I didn't quite see the start of it, but Perez is now ahead of Oscar Piastri. Piastri, though, tries to fight back, and Perez wasn't letting him back through as Russell pits, and Piastri briefly there going onto the grass. But Perez is up to a net third place and is 8.5 seconds away from completing a Red Bull 1-2. To be fair, need to see that again to see if Perez maybe unfairly pushed Oscar off the track, but I'm not sure he did.
Yeah, very hard to tell from the camera angle that they show as well.
Yeah, as Perez went round the outside at turn 1. Very good close racing. And then Piastri obviously goes for the grippy outside line. And he should get away with that because I think Oscar was still technically on the track. As Piastri has now been given a black and white flag now for track limits. I think because of that, which is, it's unfortunate. As, Charles Leclerc, 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. As long as he finishes 5 seconds ahead, though, of his teammate, or whoever finishes behind him on the track, then he'll be fine. As McLaren asking Piastri, did Perez push you off the track? And Oscar saying, well, he didn't leave much space. And that incident has been noted for forcing another driver off the track. I think he'll be... if I was a steward, I don't think I'd penalise Perez because I don't think that was a clear-cut case of forcing a driver off.
We've seen worse not penalised is what I'll say to that incident.
It's on the limit, let's say. Perez up to officially 4th place. Lewis Hamilton still on track. Has not pitted for a second time. Are they going to try a one-stop strategy? There is about 21, 22 laps to go. We'll see what they do, but it's going to be interesting for sure. As locked up on the entry to the pit lane, so that's what caused it. He just went in a bit too quick. I will just quickly update that George Russell, obviously, he did pit. And just need to update where he has come out as Piastri. I think that's what he was black and white flagged for. He was actually running wide at turn 4, exit turn 4. So Russell has rejoined ahead of both Aston Martins, who he was actually behind both of them when they had only pitted once. So that is brilliant for Russell. He's jumped those two cars. And Russell out there on the medium compound tyre. The two Aston Martins on the hard. As Lewis Hamilton at the end of lap 49 and now lap 50 pits. So he's gone a bit longer. And he's now going to go aggressive onto the medium tyres. And he's now going to give it everything to try and get on the podium. We will see if this strategy does work for him. So Norris up to 2nd. Perez 3rd. Piastri 4th. Will he rejoin ahead of the Ferraris? Yep, by a country mile. So Hamilton is in P5. So Norris on the medium. Perez on the medium. Piastri on the medium. Hamilton on the medium. And Russell on the medium. Those are the medium runners in the top 10. Alex Albon is in P11 with Valtteri Bottas in 12th. And then Daniel Ricciardo is now 13th with Hulkenberg 14th. Sargent is 15th. And then it's Tsunoda, Zhou, Magnussen completing the rest of the field. So let me just update the tyres towards the rear of the field. So Ricciardo's still on the medium. I'm pretty sure he's not pitted for a third time.
Yes.
And then the rest, I think, below Ricciardo are on the hard tyre. As Max Verstappen told the box as he boxes at the end of lap 51. Or actually, not yet. He's not actually there yet. I thought that was they were just showing him. He's that far ahead. We don't actually know where he is on the track. As Lewis Hamilton now pushing hard to try and salvage a podium, but most likely he is not going to be able to do so. Mercedes just not quick enough today. As here he comes, Max Verstappen into the pit lane entry. There'll be a lap 52 for him. As also, Yuki Tsunoda is on the medium, and he pitted quite late for that second stop, so watch out for Tsunoda. He might be someone to watch out for towards the end of this race, as Max Verstappen pits for a set of medium tyres, and Max has led every lap, and he continues to lead every lap as he rejoins behind the Williams of Logan Sargent. And Sargent lets him through. Verstappen probably will end up lapping everyone up to 10th place in the end. But, right, so now everyone has made pretty much their second pit stops. Let's go through what we have got in terms of the order and the gaps. Lap 52, Max Verstappen, 12 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Obviously, Max on much fresher tyres now. Sergio Perez, 8.5 seconds behind Lando. So Lando keeping the gap at 8.5 seconds, and Lando looking comfortable in keeping it at that. Perez third. Piastri fourth, 6 seconds behind Perez. Hamilton fifth, nearly or just under 7 seconds now behind Oscar Piastri. Leclerc sixth, just under 5 seconds behind Hamilton. And Leclerc is 6 seconds clear of Sainz. As Bottas here, we're just looking at the TV broadcast, trying to overtake Albon into turn 1, but Albon with his bullet car keeping ahead. So Leclerc at the minute will, as it stands, he will finish in 6th place. And then, Sainz in 7th. Russell is just over 2 seconds behind Sainz on much fresher tyres and softer tyres as well. So that's something to look out for. Alonso 9th. And Alonso not able to fight anyone ahead. Aston Martin are literally in no man's land. They're too quick for the Williams, Alfa Romeos, Alfa Tauris, Haas's. They're way too slow for Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes, and Ferrari. As Valtteri Bottas continues his pursuit of 11th. It's so depressing, isn't it, Nib, with Aston Martin, how far they've fallen. We thought, probably 2 months ago, coming here, that they'd be at minimum on the podium and maybe even contending for something better than that. And, I mean, look at them now, 9th and 10th. And, I mean, they're not that far away from ending up a lap down by the end. How bad it's got in such a little time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, the first signs of it were really that Spanish Grand Prix, wasn't it? Where they had that sort of unexplained drop off in pace, and I mean, since then it's certainly been a little bit more inconsistent. But yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, how many races in a row was Alonso on the podium? Like,
it was 5.
Was it 5?
I think it was. Hold on. It was 1, 2, 3. So he was on the podium for 5 of the first 6 races.
Yeah, I mean, and I think as it stands now, you'd be lucky. They'd be lucky to get another podium this season. Like, it's just,
yeah.
I think most of us thought they'd be winning a race this season, but yeah, I don't think so now.
Yeah.
It shows you how quickly it can change, especially with the with how close the grid is nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's helped McLaren's jump up look so good, is because whilst McLaren were, working on that upgrade, the front running teams couldn't get away from them as quickly as they could have done, obviously, in the past. That's why McLaren have now become easily a front running team. And at the minute, just to illustrate how far they are away from where they were a couple months ago, Lando Norris in second is currently 17, 24, 29. Alonso is about 40 seconds behind Lando Norris. And we're on lap 55. So that is an incredible pace difference. And we've not had a safety car or anything. So that's not skewed really at all. And Aston Martin have actually had fresher tyres at times, and they still haven't been able to do anything about that. And yeah, they're about 35 seconds away from the last place on the podium. It's just, it's incredible, the drop-off. And they're basically now where they were at the end of last season, where they could score a couple points. If they, the drivers really performed well. The drivers, I mean, to be fair, Lance Stroll, I think, has actually had a pretty good day today, but obviously the car dropping off as much as it has is not great for him being able to actually show that he's had a good day. But yeah, Aston Martin, either they need to bring a big upgrade in the next couple races to really get back with McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, or they need to hope that all their work going into making next year's car even better does pay off. Because if they get, if that's what if that's what their plan is, focus on next year's car. If they turn up at the start of next season no better than they were at the start of this season, then it hasn't really worked. So, yeah. We will see.
And you can't just blame the tyres.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I thought that is just straight up copium from Alonso.
Yeah.
I mean, his evidence was literally just, well, it's no coincidence that since these tyres been brought, we're slow. That just, again, it's just total bullshit. Because we saw in Austria they were pretty slow. I mean, they weren't as slow as this, but yeah, like you said, Spain, in the race they were just nowhere. So this has not been. It's not like this is literally just started from Silverstone. As here comes Lewis Hamilton on the back of Oscar Piastri. Hamilton on much fresher tyres, and Hamilton up to P4. I was going to ask Nib, do you think Oscar's got a problem with his car? Because he is lapping very slowly right now compared to his teammate.
I don't know. I think maybe. I mean, we've seen it a bit this year that in the longer the stints are, that Oscar's sort of struggled a little bit more. He's probably just not quite figured out the tyres and how to work these Pirelli tyres quite as well as Lando has. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
it turned into a bit of a disappointing afternoon after the start for Oscar, but yeah, I mean, something that he'll have to learn and get better at for sure.
Yeah, as I'll read out in a moment how far he is behind his teammate, because he's dropped miles behind. As Max Verstappen now begins lap 58, 14 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Piastri is about he's about a pit stops gap behind Lando now. That's how far behind he is, and like Nib said, Maybe just struggling to manage the tyres. This place is, though, quite hard on the tyres, especially when it's the softest compounds they brought this weekend. So it's not easy out there. But
there's certainly no cloud cover around, is there?
No. It's been... I mean, we've had a lot of rain at rain-affected races, it feels like, as of late. So this has been really the driest race. Race weekend, really. We've had since what? Probably Miami, which was nearly 3 months ago. As Verstappen, they're just lapping Bottas, and he's about to lap Alex Albon, who is running in P11. And the Aston Martins are probably going to be lapped by the end of this race, just to illustrate how far they have fallen in just... I mean, it's not just with Aston Martin, the fall off that, compared to 2 months ago. 6 weeks ago, Alonso finished second in Canada and was, very quick. Aston Martin looked quick. And six weeks later, they're not just slower than McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari. They're not even on the same playing field as them. It's just I've not seen a drop-off this quickly in a long time from any team, even back when we had no restriction on development. It's quite incredible. It kind of reminds me, actually, of, Brawn in 2009. But, of course, Brawn, they literally couldn't develop their car much because they didn't have a budget. In 2009, that's why they just suddenly went from winning races to really doing well just to get on the podium at times. As Perez has gained 2.5 seconds, it says, over the last 5 laps, and he is catching Lando. Gap now 3.5 seconds as we're on lap 60 of 70. Lando is going to have to really put up a great defensive effort if he's going to keep second, as Lando's saying, fuck, they have to get out of the way. So many blue flags, they're not racing for anything. Clearly getting frustrated, as you can lose a lot of time behind lapped traffic. If you get behind them in the middle sector, it can as well destroy your tyres. As Lando's pace has really, in the last couple laps, dropped off because he's now 18 seconds behind Verstappen. The gap was about 15 seconds, I think, just a couple laps ago. So Lando really, held up by the traffic, yes, but his pace is really starting to drop. As we're actually looking through the visor cam of Daniel Ricciardo, who, you know what? He's actually had a really good race looking at it. Because, he pitted really early for this set of mediums.
Yeah, lap 30?
Yeah, It was the earliest second pit stop, I'm pretty sure, out of anyone. So, in theory, he should be struggling, but he's 3.5 seconds almost, or is nearly 4 seconds behind Bottas and Albon. And Tsunoda, I know Tsunoda pitted a lot later, but Tsunoda is quite far behind. About 10 seconds or so. So, he's heading for, where he qualified, 13th. And that would be, considering what happened at the start, I think that'd be a really good race for Ricciardo. Because if what happened at the start didn't happen, he would probably be running comfortably in P11 right now. Maybe would be fighting with Lance Stroll. So, yeah, really encouraging from Ricciardo. And let's hope that keeps up, really, for the rest of the year. As Red Bull asking, everything okay? Just checking in. Max saying, yep, all good. As Lando Norris about 20 seconds behind now. Max Verstappen and Norris about to get held up again and start cursing again, because he's now got Logan Sargent and the Williams to contend with in the final few corners, and he's now going to lose quite a bit of time. Sargent, though, he's not going to be that keen to let Lando through because he's not that far behind Hulkenberg ahead. I got to say as well, shout out to Alex Albon in P11, as Williams looked pretty slow in qualifying, and Albon running in 11th place. A very good drive from Albon, who really, since Williams upgraded that car, he's turned into a new driver. As we're on lap 62 out of 70. Whilst we wait for some action, I can see, by the way, we're almost on 100 likes. So let's just try and tick over to that if we can. I just want to...
we're on 100. We're on 100.
Right. Yeah, there you go. 100 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Massively appreciate it. I just wanted to quickly read out some super chats. Couple dollars from Koala Squadron. There's here's one by Turbo, $15 earlier. Says,
what a day.
Thank you thank you for the stream, Chazza. Mark my words, read my lips. Mercedes powered podium. Hamilton, Norris, Piastri. Merc turning their engines now, up their engines now. Smart money bet. Well, that was surely quite a bit ago. There's obviously quite a bit has changed. I think the person who sent that Koala Squadron, I think that was an Australian $2 as well.
Oh, yes, it certainly was.
Yeah,
which is about £1. Because our currency is ass.
But yeah, cheers for all the super chats. Massively appreciate it. I hope we've kept you entertained in what's been a very boring race. It's been one of the most boring, I would say, of the season. I mean, we've had a couple decent overtakes, but it's been a very long slog, really, this race. But we're not too far away from the end, and there is still things to race for. George Russell, back in 8th place, is only a second and a half behind Carlos Sainz. As Russell saying, I'd seriously like to consider boxing. It's dropping big time. I don't know what it means by it's dropping. And the Mercedes saying, nope, because we'll lose track position, which is true. It's too late now, because we've only got about 7 laps to go. But Perez, well, he's not catching Norris anymore, but it is still close for the time being. And we've got, have we got any fights outside of the top 10? Kind of. Tsunoda's about second behind Sargent. Ricciardo's actually catching Bottas very slowly. He's now brought the gap down to 3 seconds. And Russell is now within a second of Sainz. So that is the main battle to look at now. Russell versus Sainz for 7th place. And we'll see if he's got enough straight line speed to get that move done. Mercedes have been clearly quicker than Ferrari today. So Mercedes have got the speed, but have they got the power? Well, Russell is so much quicker under braking than that Ferrari into turn 1. And yeah, I would be very surprised if Sainz could hold Russell back, because under braking and really through the corners, that Mercedes looks way better than the Ferrari. As Leclerc in 6th is about 4 seconds behind Piastri, and Leclerc 6 seconds clear of Sainz. So really Leclerc needs Carlos to hold Russell up till the end. Leclerc can guarantee 6th place, because if Russell passes Sainz in the next lap or so, then Russell is probably going to take 6th place. As thankfully traffic ahead for Sainz, if we can get some DRS assistance, that would be great. Also, Lewis Hamilton, just over 5.5, or now 5.5 seconds behind Perez. So Hamilton is gaining very quickly on Norris and Perez, but I fear he might run out of time. Russell, though, won't. as he forces Sainz to defend to the inside and takes it cleanly around the outside. And George Russell is up to 7th place. And just now needs to get within 5 seconds of Charles Leclerc. And he will be finishing 6th, which would be a good save, considering he started all the way down in 18th. And here's a replay. And yes, Sainz had nothing to defend with. Russell was way too quick. And Russell saying, yeah, baby. And that will sure feel a lot better than yesterday, where, I mean, he had a lack of pace yesterday, but also the team kind of cocked up the timing of his final lap as Lewis Hamilton is gaining a load of time, a ton of time on Sergio Perez. The gap now down to 4 seconds. So Hamilton, he's got a very outside chance now of a podium. He just needs to cut through this traffic as quickly as possible and keep this pace up. And maybe on the final lap, he can have a go. But I still think Perez is most likely going to hold on for 3rd. But you never know. As Hamilton now, next car to lap is the Haas of Nico Hülkenberg in 14th place. And Hülkenberg gets out of the way. Hamilton still, despite being in the dirty air there, has still gained a slight bit of time on Perez. Gap now 3.5 seconds. So again, he's got an outside chance of the podium, but it takes something special, I think, to get on that podium for the 2nd race in a row. It'd actually be his, it'd be Hamilton's, if he was to get a podium here, his 4th podium in the last 5 races. As Norris comfortable in 2nd place. Max Verstappen, by the way, 28, almost 28 seconds clear of Lando Norris. Just incredible. The domination out front. I know he's on fresher tyres, but wow. This has been, well, unbelievable domination by Verstappen, who said after qualifying wasn't really happy with the balance of his car. I bet he's happy with it now. As we're looking at Hülkenberg, Sargent and Tsunoda racing furiously over 14th, 15th and 16th place as we're now on lap 68. And we've got 3 complete laps left of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Make sure, guys, to stick around until after the race because I will be doing a race reaction, which will be quite brief considering not much has happened, but I will be doing a reaction to this race afterwards, and I'll be setting up a poll as well to ask you guys who you think driver of the day is and all of that. George Russell now within 5 seconds of Leclerc, so Russell is heading for 6th place. Hamilton 2.5, just below 2.5 seconds behind Perez. It's going to be close between Hamilton and Perez. I've got to be honest, I'm not really sure why FOM are not showing Hamilton and Perez and that possible fight that's going to come. Because here we go. Because this is really the fight to look out for now. And Hamilton, if he can get the gap down to just over a second by the end of this lap, then that means he'll have the last lap as his chance to finish 3rd. As Max Verstappen now has yellow flag in sector 2, and I think it's a collision between Tsunoda and Sargent, possibly. Yep, looks like it is as Max Verstappen begins the penultimate lap. So it's lap 69 now. Sargent is dropping down the field. Looks like there's been a collision with Tsunoda and Sargent. So we'll see if there's any replays of that before the end. But Lewis Hamilton, now on lap 69. I didn't quite see what the gap was. Let's see. Oh, that's what happened. Logan spun at the turn 6-7 chicane. Pretty poor mistake there. And got to say, Logan is having a pretty poor time in Formula 1. He's not delivering, really, in a car that... I mean, it's not great, but it's not as bad as the Williams of last season. That is for sure. As Hamilton now about 1.8 behind. I think Perez has done enough to keep Hamilton at bay. As Max Verstappen begins the final lap. Nib, a quick word on our race winner, about to win by just over half a minute. What incredible domination by him.
Well, I mean, we spoke about how good he was on about lap 15, it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous drive. 31 seconds. Rare that we have this big of a win. I mean, no point trying to get me to remember. Yeah, what a driver. Great drive by him for this shit race.
Absolutely. It's been a pretty boring one. As Lewis Hamilton begins his final lap, but he is about 1.7 behind, runs wide at turn 1. And I think, Perez definitely going to hold on to third. Logan Sargent, by the way, is pitted and has basically given up. So here comes Max Verstappen, by far, right now, the best driver in the world. And he reminds us constantly of that, as he's now going to come and win the Hungarian Grand Prix for the second year in a row and take his 7th consecutive win. Max Verstappen wins in Hungary and now has the championship lead up to 109 points, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
As
couldn't help myself.
As Lando Norris is just coming through the final corners now. And Max Verstappen actually did the fastest lap as well on the final lap, I think.
Jeez. Well, I was talking about Vettel before, and then he's gone and done a Vettel on the final lap.
Incredible, though. I have to see what the lap time is. Norris finishes in second, nearly 35 seconds behind. Perez third. Hamilton fourth. As Russell right on the tail of Leclerc, but he's going to finish ahead of him because of Leclerc's penalty. Then it'll be Piastri in fifth. And then it should be Russell in sixth place, with Leclerc 7th, Sainz 8th, Alonso 9th, Stroll 10th, Lance Stroll, the highest placed driver to be lapped in the second Aston Martin, and then the finishing outside of the top 10, Albon, Bottas, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Zhou, Magnussen, and your retirees, Sargent, Ocon, and Gasly. So there you go, guys. That is the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix over and done with. Finally, over and done with. Because that was fucking abysmal. All of that recovery in the last 24 hours just so I could fucking watch that. I mean, the only highlight is obviously getting back to streaming, because I hated not streaming yesterday. But unfortunately, there wasn't much to talk about in the race today. Let me just update quickly. So, Russell 6th and Leclerc in 7th place. 7th and 8th for Ferrari. They'll definitely be having a better weekend at Spa. But, there you go. That's the Hungarian Grand Prix. I don't think I need to ask what your rating out of 10 is. It's probably just a 1 out of 10 or something, or a 2.
Nah, wrong.
A 0?
0.5. The 0.5 is for Oscar's move on turn 1.
Yeah,
Oh, no. I take it back. I'm giving it a 1 because the other 0.5 is for Ricardo's drive after he pitted.
Yeah, that was. I was going to actually ask, like, considering that, what happened at the start, how great of a drive would you say that was from Ricardo?
Very good. I mean, he couldn't have had much of a better start, could he?
Yeah, he was up to
coming back.
He's up to like 11th or something up until he was punted.
Yeah, legit. Imagine if he didn't get punted.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, a little bit of a biased review, but yeah, geez, I didn't think that we could. Well, I ruined it. I jinxed us at the start, didn't I? I said that we usually have a good Hungarian Grand Prix.
Yeah,
a Hungarian Grand Prix, I should say. I've jinxed it.
I've talked about it in the last couple of days that normally this race delivers, but it's delivered an absolute fucking stinker.
Somehow worse than Silverstone.
Yeah. I mean, thinking it's not the worst race of the season. I'd say Baku is still the worst, but it's got to be like second worst or something like that. It's got to be, yeah. I'd probably give it a 1 or a 2, something like that. Was a terrible race. Driver of the day, who would you go for?
Yeah, you got to go Max, don't you?
Yeah. I'm looking through
Norris, maybe.
I
don't know, man. Give the driver of the day to that wouldn't work because they're not a driver. Let's say the person that waved the checkered flag.
The only person I can think of that like a properly, I mean, Russell had a very good race. I mean, Stroll did better than I expected. Albon had a very good race. Ricardo had a good race. I'd probably have to give it to Verstappen because, I mean, I'm nearly 35 seconds clear in the end. That was just incredible. The dominance we saw. I mean, I normally predict when I do my predictions for the race, I'll predict Max to win by like a pretty comfortable margin, but a lot of the time it doesn't come true because normally Red Bull will back off quite a bit. But I mean, even when they back off, they still win by quite a margin. So yeah, I'd probably have to go for Max Verstappen as my driver of the day. Of course, I'll set the poll up in the chat in a moment to ask you guys. Thank you, by the way, Turbo. For the super chat, $10 says 12 in a row for the Red Bull Honda. The 88 McLaren Honda has finally had one of its records broken. For that, I rate the race a 7 out of 10. Huge record broken, 35 years that record. So that is amazing. Because I mean, that McLaren record has been talked about, obviously, ever since then, because it was the most dominant season. But Red Bull, they're in now very special company with McLaren. Can they properly, in the best way, break that McLaren record? And can they actually win every race this season? I mean, after today, you'd have to say yes, but I mean, who knows? We'll have to see if Mercedes and McLaren can make car improvements. But after today, my confidence is not great in anyone other than Red Bull winning a Grand Prix in 2023. But there you go. Thank you for the super chat, Turbo, as well. Nib, I'll let you go, obviously, because I know it's late there, and obviously you've stayed up for not that much really at all. At least Oscar had a good start to give you something joyous to see. But yeah, shit race. But let's hope something better next weekend in Spa, and we'll presumably see you next weekend for Spa.
That's a good joke. I'm still in McLaren F1 races comment here, really. But yeah, Spa, renowned for having great races, of course.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fantastic weekend.
Yeah. We haven't. It's been quite a while since we've had like a proper classic, when it used to happen quite a bit at Spa. So yeah, we'll have to see. And as well, it's a sprint weekend, which obviously that.
Oh, fuck off!
So that's gonna make it even better. I mean, I'm not expecting the sprint race to I think the first maybe 2 or 3 laps of the sprint will be exciting, but after that, it's going to be probably just bang average race at best. But we'll see what happens. Let's hope we get rain, but just not obviously too much rain. But yeah, we'll see what happens and whether we get something better. This someone pointed out on Twitter actually a few days ago, we've not had a proper great race this season. We've had a couple good ones. We've not had a proper like 9 out of 10. Like in the first half of 2022, we did have at least a couple. We had Silverstone, which was a classic. Saudi Arabia, I remember the start of that year was a really great race. Even this race last year was really great. We just haven't had like a proper, like, wow, that was such a great race. That just hasn't happened. So let's hope we do get it eventually.
Well, it's really been the qualifying that's carried the excitement this season, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We've had a lot of good qualifying sessions.
Yeah, it's annoying that Red Bull is so quick on a Sunday, because if they were as quick on a Sunday as they were on a Saturday, it'd be really fucking exciting. But yeah, Red Bull, obviously, they've got the luxury, haven't they, to do that? Just set the car up for the race, because I mean, it's not like they're fighting another team for the championship. And I mean, even if they start with Max, as we've seen, they could start from the back, they'll still win the race. It doesn't matter. Yeah, let's hope for a better race next weekend. Thanks, mate, for coming on and joining me today. And yeah, let's just hope for something at least better than today and what we saw 2 weeks ago as well.
Yeah, well, I was glad that we were actually able to do this, because of course there was a little bit of doubt after your issues yesterday that that we're going to be able to do this. So at least we got through this together. I think if I'd watched this by myself, I would have fallen asleep. 100% I would have fallen asleep. Because I would have just said, yeah, no, screw this. I would have just turned over and fallen asleep probably. So yeah, at least us, and then the whole chat went through this pain together. I mean, I'm sure you could hear in my voice that I would got a little bit insane. Like there was a stage where I was walking around my bedroom here, just trying to keep myself entertained during the race. So yeah, that was terrible. All right, but yeah, always glad to be on. And well, unless something goes astray, I will certainly be here once again at this time next weekend.
Yeah, and let's hope, like I said, it's at least bearable next weekend. But yeah, cheers again, mate, and I'll obviously talk to you later, and I'll see you again in a week.
Yeah, all right. See you, mate. Take it easy.
You too. Cheers.
All right.
And cheers for him. Obviously at his time of the night, bearing through a race that, like he said, if he wasn't on the stream, he probably would have just fallen asleep. I mean, if I was still ill enough to the point where I was like, needed like even more painkillers, I probably would have just took a painkiller in the middle of the race and gone to sleep myself if I wasn't streaming. So I don't really blame him, because nothing really happened of note. Turbo, another super chat for $5, says this record broken is the easiest one of 3 McLaren Honda records to break in some sense. We'll have to say, yeah, it is the easiest one. But if they can break the big one, the winning every race in a season, that would be something incredible. And I know, if they win every race in the season, of course, it's going to, that's less entertaining for us. But it would be a special thing to witness, such domination. Let me just set up a poll quickly. Who is your driver of the day for the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix? And your options for driver of the day will be Verstappen, Verstappen, Russell, Stroll, and Albon. That's Rook. Jazz ratings: race 1 out of 10, tooth extraction 2.5 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's the poll. Again, me and Nib went for Verstappen. Let me know whether you agree or disagree. But this race reaction from myself is not going to be too long because there isn't, again, too much to talk about. I will just quickly, though, go through the teams. So, yeah, let me just quickly do it. The Red Bull, of course, Max Verstappen, brilliant domination, winning by a country mile. Sergio Perez, good drive to come back through, but to be honest, the car was miles ahead of everyone else, so I can't really call it a good drive from Perez because he was so, I think, beneficial, really, this weekend and really today, that he had such a quick car. Because if not, he would have been nowhere near it this weekend. But yeah, Red Bull, once again, unbelievable domination. Mercedes, I mean, 4th and 6th is not that bad of a result. 20 points. Ferrari only scored 10 points. Aston Martin only scored 3. So they pulled away from Aston Martin and Ferrari. McLaren have scored 28 points, which is only, 8 points more than Mercedes. And obviously McLaren are like 150 points behind. So, yeah, Mercedes for the championship looking good. Mercedes are going to finish second in the championship. I'd be very surprised if they did not. But they are still way too far behind to be thinking about winning a race. They need still some serious updates, whether it's for the rest of this year or next year. A long way to go for Mercedes to win in win another Formula 1 race. Aston Martin, absolutely terrible. They were today the, 5th best team? I mean, which is, it's about where they were at Silverstone. Maybe they were a tad better here than they were at Silverstone. Really, Alpine being knocked out on the first lap with both cars really skews where Aston Martin truly were today. But yeah, Aston Martin were terrible. Lance Stroll was a lap down. Alonso was nearly a lap down. Aston Martin have massive work to do, whether it's for next season or the rest of this year, because second in the championship is over. They're not going to get it. And I severely doubt they'll finish third in the championship. Because Ferrari, for as unreliable as they are, they will eventually overtake them. And McLaren will probably overtake them as well. So Aston Martin are probably heading for 5th in the championship if they continue at this rate. Ferrari, I know obviously a couple errors during the race, speeding in the pit lane for Leclerc, bad pit stop for Leclerc, but Ferrari's pace today was horrendous. They were so much slower than Red Bull. It was scary, really, the difference between them and Red Bull. And Ferrari, when it comes to their aerodynamics, the grip they have, they've got, like Mercedes, a lot of work to do. They'll be better in Spa next week. The track suits them a lot more, but it's going to take something special for Ferrari to win a race this season. McLaren, brilliant day. Lando Norris second. Another podium for him. Second podium in a row. Piastri 5th. Shame for Piastri because he was looking quite good in the first stint, and then it just unraveled after that, and his pace was nowhere. He was only a few seconds ahead of George Russell in the end. So, yeah, shame for him. But for the team, 28 points. That's a brilliant points haul. And they will definitely, as long as Aston Martin stay where they are compared to McLaren, McLaren will definitely finish higher than 5th in the championship because they'll catch Aston Martin before the end of the season. There is still another, I think, 12 races to go or 11 races to go. And the gap is now about maybe just over 100 points. And McLaren are catching Aston Martin pretty quickly. I mean, today they've taken 25 points out of the lead that Aston Martin had over them. So McLaren are going to catch. Alpine, obviously both cars are knocked down the first lap. Nothing they could do. That was all Zhou Guanyu's fault. For Williams, Alex Albon, great drive. Really, I think one of the best drives of the day. In fact, I would say probably Albon was the second most impressive drive of the day, considering how poor Williams were in qualifying. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic result, P11. And obviously next weekend at Spa, Williams will be a lot quicker. And I think you could see absolutely Albon scoring points again. Logan Sargent, another poor weekend, must step up because if he doesn't get any better than what he's at the level he's at now, he's not going to be in Formula 1 very long. For Haas, pretty slow. Once again, no race pace. Alfa Romeo, the worst start they possibly could have had. Zhou Guanyu, what he did was absolutely god-awful. Didn't even move on the start line. I mean, not literally, but he would have been better just not moving because, I mean, he destroyed his race as soon as the lights went out. And then, obviously, punted Ricciardo into the two Alpines. And that's why, those drivers obviously fell down the order and had the race they did. But, yeah, poor race from Zhou. Bottas, I thought, was decent. I've got to say, though, Alfa Romeo were not quick at all in the race. Nowhere near it in the race itself. And finally for AlphaTauri, Daniel Ricciardo, great drive considering what he had to put up with. I think Ricciardo could have maybe scored a point today if it wasn't for him being punted off, because he had a decent start and he only finished maybe 20 to 25 seconds behind Stroll. And he lost a lot of time, obviously dropping to the back and then being stuck in traffic and was quite far then behind Stroll, who I think got up to like P10 on the soft tyre at the start. So could have been a very different race for Ricciardo. But it is great to see that Daniel is back to the level that we... it's hard to say whether he's back to the level that he was at in 2020 or back in 2017-18 when he was at Red Bull, but he is more so back to the Daniel Ricciardo we love and know. And let's hope that he can have a bit better luck at Spa and that AlphaTauri can have a decent performance, because maybe, just maybe, Ricciardo could score points very soon in the future. So, there you go. That's all the teams. That's my reaction to how the teams did. Let me read some final comments from you guys. Considering, by the way, I've been live for 4 hours and my gums around the area where my tooth was removed are starting to feel a bit sore, I am probably going to finish up the stream in the next few minutes because I need a rest. Because, I took that painkiller like 20 minutes into the stream. And it's starting to wear off now, so... yeah. Hold on. Eugene Kelly says, how can you downplay Perez but say Max had a great race and should be driver of the day? That makes no sense. Perez put in more work to earn his podium. Because Max, delivered consistently during the race a better performance. He was much quicker than Sergio Perez in the same car. And Perez, the thing is with Perez, the Red Bull car is the best car. There's no doubt about that. But to win by nearly 35 seconds when you consider that Red Bull probably at times were not pushing that hard at all is an incredibly impressive feat by Verstappen. When Perez, I mean, you know, was under threat from Hamilton and barely hung on to the podium in the end. And I don't think Perez's performance today is really that great because the Red Bull should be on the podium. So yeah, that's why I think Verstappen's performance is better. Rook saying you don't need painkillers, Chaz. I'm almost sedated by that race without tablets. Yeah, thankfully I didn't have to give my mouth too much work today in terms of screaming and shouting. Eugene Kelly says it doesn't matter if Max would have won, you still wouldn't have said it was the car. Well, I'm pretty sure I did say during the race itself, yes, the car is the best car. Because I always make sure to qualify my statement by saying that first. To just so people don't think that I think that like Verstappen is 100% the reason why he won by that margin. But Max on top of how quick that car is what's created that gap. So yeah. Eugene Kelly says, Chaz, you don't say that when Max starts out of place, you give Max all his flowers. Well, it depends what example you're talking about. For example, in Miami, Max was clearly the driver of the day because not only did he come back from 10th or 9th to win, but he beat his teammate who had a massive head start. And at that part of the season, Perez was slower than Max, but he wasn't that much away from Max. And if you look at the other races where he started far back, the Red Bull car wasn't necessarily as quick as it was or is now. Like, for example, the Hungarian Grand Prix this time last year, Max started 10th, won the race by a few seconds. So, the point is, Perez, even though he's come back to finish third, he is still not performing to the level required when Max is. That's why Max is driver of the day and why he was better today and this weekend than Perez. I would say Russell, his performance was better than Perez because Russell actually performed to the level or a lot closer to the level of the car and performed a lot more to the standard expected of him in that car, given who his teammate is. So that's why I'm not giving Perez driver of the day because, Max winning is not the greatest achievement for him at the minute because he does have the best car, but winning by such a massive margin is what for me decides him driver of the day. Sergio Perez coming back from 9th to finish 3rd and get a podium, which is what he is expected to do at the base minimum, is not a great performance that should be lauded. It just isn't. It's the same, if Max Verstappen won this race by only a second, he's won the race, but he's not, all he's done is the minimum of what he's expected to do. So it's not like, I think you can see what I mean there. Max has done a bit more than just win the race because of, the car being the quickest. He's gone a bit further than just winning. But, right. Eugene Kelly says it's the car for Perez, but not for Max. Is all I'm saying. But again, I am not saying. Maybe there is other people who think that Max Verstappen is responsible for winning this race and winning all the races he has this season, like 80%. I do not believe that. A lot of Max's dominance this season, yes, is because he has the best car. But in the same way, with Lewis Hamilton, for example, back in 2019 and 2020, not only back then with Lewis did he have the best car, but there were certain races where even if he was in an equal-ish car compared to his closest rival, he probably still would have won because he was just that good. It's the same with Max here. I mean, Lewis actually won this race very dominantly 3 years ago, where I think after like 20 laps, Lewis was like 25 seconds clear or something ridiculous in that 2020 Mercedes. And the point I'm trying to make is the reason that was such a great performance from Hamilton is because, yeah, the Mercedes car was the best car, but to be that quick over that many laps is, that's just a bit extra than just the car. So, yeah. And Eugene Kelly saying, I understand what you're saying, Chad, but people don't give the dominant car credit. They say it's just Max in a good, not great car. Those people just don't understand what's going on fundamentally. And I think there's definitely a section of people that think the drivers have more of an effect on the car performance itself. With the way Formula 1 is nowadays, most of the performance does come down to the car because the drivers are not as capable, or not that they're not as capable, they're not as able to influence the performance as like they could back in the 90s because the cars have a lot less mechanical grip now compared to what they had back in the mid 90s, for example. So I'm not denying it's the car, but if there's people out there that legitimately think that the Red Bull is just a good car that Max makes look like a dominant car, then I think those people are being a bit absurd. Because, there's no doubt that the Red Bull is the best car in Formula 1. Right. Ken Waller says that Red Bull is so much quicker than the rest. It's easy for them. The only thing the FIA have done is swap Merc dominance for Red Bull. F1 is boring. Dominance in F1 happens most of the time. There's nothing we can do about it. Seasons like 2021, that's not the norm. That's that only happens once in every 5-10 years at best. Apart from it being a sprint, is quali back to normal tyre rules next week? Asks Rooksfoot. Yes, there won't be alternate tyre allocations for what do you call it, for qualifying next week. Qualifying on the Friday will be normal, and then Saturday will be obviously the sprint qualifying and the sprint race, and then the race on Sunday will just be the normal race, and then it'll be summer break. Really flown by. We're only 8 days away from the summer break, and I do have, by the way, content planned for the summer break, and it'll be interesting to go over really the season so far. Francisco, this Red Bull might be the best car of all time, actually, in terms of results. In terms of results, yeah, that argument definitely could be made. That argument definitely could be made. I think probably by the end of the season, because we need to still see how if they actually do win every race this season, then you could legitimately argue that despite not being the quickest car of all time, because there are definitely in history, there's been cars quicker than the Red Bull, even the Mercedes in 2020 was quicker compared to the rest of the field than the Red Bull is now. Obviously, got the 92 Williams, the 88 McLaren was a lot quicker compared to its nearest rival. The Ferrari in the early 2000s. So it's not the most dominant in terms of the gap it has to the next best car, but in terms of pure results, yeah, you might be right with that. And I think final comment I'll read out, another super chat from Turbo for $10. Thanks, mate. I massively appreciate it. It says, spot on, Chaz. F1 is a tech sport. There has and always will be domination. If you don't like it, there's NASCAR. Even IndyCar has gone through periods of dominance all the way back to kart. I mean, I think I made this point on Friday that not only is it a thing in Formula One, it's a thing in sports. I mean, if you look at football here in England, we've had so many dynasties. Liverpool, Manchester United. I mean, Manchester United and Liverpool's dynasties went on forever, it felt like. I mean, obviously I wasn't alive when Liverpool had theirs back in the 70s, 80s, and very early 90s. But, if you look at most sports see domination most of the time, which is what makes those years in certain sports where it's really close, competitive, unpredictable. That's what makes those years so exciting, because it doesn't happen that often in those sports, and especially Formula One. And that's why 2021 was so exciting, because we had not had a proper championship fight between two separate teams go down to the final race for really a 10-year period. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming along to the stream today. Let me just finish up this poll in the chat. So I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day? 86 votes, and you guys have voted with 59% of the vote. Max Verstappen, Russell second with 29%, Albon third with 8%, and Stroll third with 3%. Thank you guys for that. Considering what happened to me yesterday, thank you guys so much for the support. I did see a lot of your messages on my in replying to my couple community posts that I did yesterday. Just wanted to say, I massively appreciate and love the support that you guys offered. Because I mean, not only was I in pain and obviously sore and that, but I was also really disappointed because I was really looking forward to qualifying. Because normally qualifying in Hungary is pretty exciting, and qualifying this season has been really exciting, so I was really looking forward to it, and then I had to miss it, so I was absolutely gutted. But thankfully I was able to make the race today. Yeah, the race was boring, but at least I was able to salvage still most of the content I was gonna do this weekend. And next weekend the plan will, hopefully it will we'll be back on track properly. So the plan next weekend is, and I think actually I might be able to show this. Yeah, here you go. So this is the next two pieces of content. So the next time I'll be live will be Thursday night, live at 8 p.m. UK time for the weekend preview for the 2023 Belgian Grand Prix. And then on Friday afternoon, I will be live an hour and a half before qualifying at 2:30 p.m. UK time for the qualifying watch-along. Obviously, qualifying on Friday sets the grid for Sunday's race. So qualifying is vital on Friday, and I'll be live until 5:30, of course, as qualifying starts at 4 and will end at 5. And then on Saturday, it is the sprint race. And the plan, I haven't officially sorted out in terms of the timing, but I will be covering the Formula 2 sprint race on the Saturday and then doing a build-up and a watch-along to the sprint race itself, which starts at 3:30 p.m. UK time. So that's the plan when it comes to the Saturday. Just need to officially sort out the timing of the streams. And then for Sunday, exactly the same timing as today. Live at 12 p.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, and then race preview, race watch along, race reaction. That's the plan for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hope you guys can join me for that. But again, guys, massively appreciate you guys, coming along for the content like you have, and again, all of the support. And I hope I'll see you for the Belgian Grand Prix weekend. Just want to say before I go, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Also, obviously, we're going to do qualifying and race watch-alongs for the rest of the season for every Grand Prix. And as well, before you go, smash that like button. Obviously, the more likes, the better the stream or videos will do in the algorithm. And if you want to keep up with my content, another great place to do that is Twitter. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And if you want to join our community on Discord of over 500 members, then make sure to join. There's probably going to be a link in the description posted by Rooksfoot, my main moderator. If you want to join our community, and also that Discord server, a great place for notifications for my videos and streams if you're really wanting that. And you're missing out on the notifications at the right time. Again, if you're part of the Discord and you're active enough, then that should help quite a lot. As YouTube, I know it's not the best in terms of notifications. But yeah, that's it for the 2023 Hungarian Grand Prix weekend, guys. But until my weekend preview for the Belgian Grand Prix on Thursday night, 8 p.m. UK time. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.